Okay. Okay. It's because I didn't have the app open. All right. We can get started now. Finally. Ooh. All right. I can't see you yet. We're going to be focusing on food sound ASMR, not the whisper triggers today. So hopefully the chicken's still crunchy, but it's been like an hour since I got home probably. We can't multi-stream. Hold on. Whatever. Well, let's try one thing first. I'm gonna try something first. Hold on. Okay, let's see if that helps. Does that help? Okay, so maybe we can still multi-stream. We're gonna try multi-streaming with this because we're just eating versus gameplay. Oh yeah, I need a fork and lactate. this is still warm. Okay. Let's pop a lactate first. Or lactate. Generic lactate. Okay, so we might still need to not multi-stream. Is that? That's really choppy. Like moments of choppiness. Okay. Well. It's just so sharp. Okay. I guess we won't multi-stream. Hold on. Let's see what the feed looks like. Better, it's okay. There's always a delay. Thanks. Jollibee, it smells like hot and sour soup, to be honest with you. Which I like hot and sour soup, I'm just confused. So are my captions not gonna? Okay. Yeah, it smells like hot and sour soup. Which I like hot and sour soup, it's just confusing. So we're in the way of the light source. Alright. So this is gonna be messy. Oh, and I got it with mac and cheese because I didn't know mac and cheese wasn't an option. And that's why we popped a lactate earlier. So Amazing decision. Okay. So this might not be as crispy as it should be because it's been like an hour since we got home, but yo, what up, Tango Kid? Yeah, this is the KATSEYE did a collaboration with Jollibee. Not a super big fan of KATSEYE or their label, mostly the label. I'm mostly not a fan of the label, but because KATSEYE, they're skilled, you know what I mean? Obviously, because they've been trained. So, but I'm not forgetting what happened in New Jeans. You know what I'm saying? So, we also got like a frozen guava drink. We don't typically go for guava, but the color was interesting. So, I'm wearing shorts underneath just in case this camera gets weird. But it's Filipino American History Month. One of their members is Filipino. Forget if she's from America or not. I'm pretty sure she's Filipino. I know it's South Asian because Laura. Aesthetically, I really like Laura. Lurking will make. Oh my god, you're making pancakes? That sounds so good. Also, we're wearing sunglasses because this light is bright, just in case anyone's judging inside of their hearts. So it still has a little bit of crunch, but again, it's been like an hour. So it'd probably be really, really more crispy if I ate it immediately when we got it, but we drove home, you know, so. And we're gonna be baking some fish later. I don't know what we're gonna be doing for that exactly. I'm thinking the lemongrass for sure. So maybe I'll make some sort of like glaze or something. And bake it in a glaze? I don't know. Because it's cod. And I'm not a big fan of cod. Also, we thrifted this dress. I feel like it was a great decision. But unfortunately, as what happens with fast fashion and me, stuff that fits my chest never fits my ass. So I have to wear shorts under this. The fish and the game, yeah. Just because I want to make it Filipino-y flavored, but I'm like, we don't bake fish. I don't think I've ever seen a baked Filipino dish. So I'm gonna look at that later. Oh yeah, the reason why it says that is because we tried to multi-stream and it was just too laggy, so we had to kill Kick and YouTube. It was a nice thought. Pretty solid mac and cheese, but I am also not a mac and cheese connoisseur. I just have nostalgia from when I was a kid. This tastes like the shit I would eat when I was a kid. We made sure to pop a lactate, by the way, so we don't like completely tear our asshole out. So this is not quite as ASMR as I was hoping, but I took a while. We've been trying to fix OBS stuff for the past couple days. That's why we haven't been kind of streaming at all, even though it's Filipino American History Month. And I always fuck up the age. It's history, not heritage. So I'm thinking maybe I could I kind of just given the current climate of our country, I just feel like I should look up some Filipino American history specifically because I feel like there's still a lot of Filipinos that feel like they're special, in which, you know, all of us as human beings, we're like, you know, we're valuable, right? We're all valuable outside of what and how much we contribute to capitalism, because I think we're all groomed to think of like our value within capitalism, like how much money we make, how much stuff we have, how much property we own, blah 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 blah. But like you could lose all that shit in a disaster, a sinkhole. Your company could have been caught embezzling some shit. You know, like you could lose all that shit. And then who are you after that if all of your worth is tied to what you contribute to capitalism or your external owned stuff? Like if you lose all that shit, does that mean you're just some like invaluable piece of shit? No. You're still a valuable person. You just don't have any money. You're valuable because you exist, you know? But anyway, so I feel like there's a lot of people in my community that just feel like the American dream's gonna save them, white people are gonna save them, blah, 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 blah. And again, not every white person is a bad person, but what are the white people in our lives doing with that privilege to make it so our lives are a little bit better? Because racial profiling is okay now because of the Supreme Court of the United States. So it's like racial profiling isn't going to hurt white people. It's going to hurt everybody else. So what are the white folks doing instead of thoughts and prayers and, oh my God, that's so bad? Or I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. And then like not doing anything outside of lamenting the current state of affairs, you know? Oh, that was a good one. Hold on. I want to ask how the chicken is, but I'm too locked into what you're saying. Oh my God. Wait, do we know each other from Johan or Toma? I feel like, or Semi. But I guess maybe all three. Maybe all three. So I don't know if you're in America or not, but I don't remember when it was because kind of all my days blur and I don't have a concept of time, especially since my house is really dark and I live basically in a windowless room. The windowless thing was my choice though. I like green screen my windows. But so the Supreme Court of the United States did some shit, and essentially the TLDR of that is racial profiling is okay. So like if you have a different accent, if you're clearly not a white person, you know, which is me and a lot of people that I know on Twitch. You know what I mean? Accent, last name, how you look like, you know, racial profiling. Okay for some government like extensions of the law. And so it's kind of like there are a lot of Asian people in America, not just my community, but it's Filipino American History Month. So I'm going to talk about my community. There's a lot of people in my community that side with white supremacy in a way where they're like ignoring the main factor is that they are not a white person. Right? And a lot of people were groomed into, you know, your parents or your guardians or whoever was the adult in charge of you might have been like, well, you have to get a good job so you can get a good house, you can get married, you can have kids, blah, 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 blah. Very heteronormative, you know, shit, right? And it's like, we live in an environment where a lot of us have like multiple jobs just to pay rent and get food and pay for our medical bills and go to the doctor and get glasses and get our teeth cleaned. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us don't have corporate jobs and a lot of us don't aspire to have corporate jobs. Like some of us might, and like if you just want to stack that cash, like fine, you know, if that's your prerogative. But at the end of the day, like even if you make the most money, even if you have like the titles and the accolades and the property and all this shit, that we were groomed to aspire to get and to be and whatever. A hurricane can fuck your shit up. A sinkhole can fuck your shit up. Your company being, you know, caught in some embezzlement or some other fucked up, you know, conspiracy, not good ethically shit could, you know, fuck your shit up. You know, your dog could get run over. You know, like, oh, like just a bunch of different shit can happen to you and your capital and all that stuff. And then what? Like, if there's still racial profiling and you're a rich Asian man, you're still not a white guy. You know? So, yeah, I know from Say, Johan's Wendy's community, it feels like a mask off moment because I think they were secretly already doing that. Like, there's a huge lawsuit right now against Workday because their AI was trained to filter out black applicants. Oh my god. Yeah, unless you end up in the 1%, you're trapped in non-whiteness like the rest of us. I feel like even if they are like a rich, super duper rich, let's say Asian person. Let's say I don't know how much Momofuku guy has to his name, but let's use him as an example since he sucks. You know, like the Momofuku guy, the guy that was like trying to sue all the smaller mom and pop Asian companies that were doing chili crisp because he was trying to like be like he was trying to like trademark or copyright chili crisp. So he would be the only one that would be able to use that and basically cock blocking all these other mom and pop people from like making their shit. And there was also like in Europe, somebody tried to trademark or copyright pho. Gross. Yeah. So Momofuku guy, because I've refused to call him by his name, but Momofuku guy was doing that to his own community. He's Asian. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of like very colonizer behavior and trying to like there's so many chili crisp companies out there and I'm not mad at it. Like I like variety, like you know what I mean? Especially since Fly by Jing is a little out of my price range. It's a little out of my price range. Like and I'm the only one that's going to be eating it, you know what I mean? So Fly by Jing is great and I want to try it, but at the same time that's very impractical for my household because I'm the only bitch who does spicy. So, you know, but yeah, Momofuku guy is like, you know, he was by doing that, his actions show that he, you know, he was trying to like do what these other motherfuckers do to marginalized communities, his own community, his own communities, because it's not just like East Asians, I think, that make chili crisp, but it's, you know, but it's like a culturally relevant thing that he tried to gatekeep and cockblock and keep other people from making money off of. It's just like a lot of different things that were like fucked up about that situation. But like the whole colonizer vibe of it was particularly disgusting. So as a non-white person doing that to his own people, you know, but you know, I've experienced in my own Filipino community, just like we had some titos making like Islamophobic jokes. They were like, oh, well, I don't even know who like the terrorists are, blah blah blah, like, you know, going to skin color. And my bitch ass is tan, you know. So there's that. But also it's just like we have Muslim people in the Philippines. Like there's an Islamic community that's mostly down south, but like there are Muslim Filipinos. You know what I mean? So it's just like what the fuck are you doing right now? And I finally said something. I was like, you know who the real terrorists are? It's like rich white guys with money and power. Like, who are the people shooting up the schools? Who are the people shooting up the schools? Most of them are white guys. That last school shooting was also a white guy. Or, well, I guess, yeah, it was on a campus. So the one who like popped Charlie Kirk, that was a white guy. And within his own community too, because he was a right winger. And he popped off another right winger because he was not right wing. He wasn't conservative enough. is what happened to Charlie Kirk. Apparently, Charlie Kirk was not conservative enough for this guy, which is wild. But yeah, it's just like my titos, like not blood related, but like family friend. My titos were making these jokes, and I was just like, what the fuck are y'all doing? And I told my mom, I was like, did you know they were like this? And she was like, well, and I was like, oh my God, like, what's wrong with y'all? My mom used to, everybody's putting PSYOP into the race war. I mean, I feel like America had a lot of Islamophobia already, which is unfortunate, you know, especially after 9/11. Just like that just escalated. But we have Filipinos that are Muslim. So it's just like I really didn't like that they were being like that. And they're like, one Tito is like light skinned, but he's not white. Like it's not even white passing. You know what I mean? Like they have an accent, which again, there's nothing wrong with having an accent. Like I'm super cool with accents. You know, like I don't do accentism. That's gross. But it's like they have an accent. They're clearly not white. They're light skinned, but they're not a white person. It's like white supremacy is still going to pick you off if some shit goes down in our town. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be saved because you have papers. The papers don't matter anymore because there's racial profiling. Racial profiling is going to supersede any kind of like, oh, well, I contribute to the economy. Like, I pay my taxes. I own my house. I made all this money while I was still working because they're retired. Like, it doesn't matter anymore if there's racial profiling. That's like, that SCOTUS had a say in it. That the Supreme Court of the United States had a say in. Like, but there's like a generic form of mifepristone that's available now, but there wasn't a lot of news about it because the government shut down and blah, 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 blah. So, yay for people with, you know, ovaries and shit. Even the colorism intersects with racism. As long as they're still Asian, it counts to them. Yeah. I've definitely felt a lot of colorism when I was in Korea, but also I'm Filipino. So like, I know in East Asia, Filipinos are just like looked down on, I guess as a nicer way of saying it, I suppose. So it's different now because I visited like, I don't remember the last time I visited, but I remember the first time I visited, and I visited like 10 years after, and it was like people were actually trying to help me when I looked lost. That would have never happened the first time I was in Korea. Like, no way. Like I fell down and on stairs, like stairs that had snow, so like they turned to ice. And I didn't realize it was slippery, and I fell backward, and all of a sudden I was looking at the ceiling or whatever, or the awning outside, because I was outside, right? And I was like, I was surprised, right? Because like I had no idea. It was like all of a sudden, I was like looking outside, and then all of a sudden I wasn't. And I was like, what the shit? And then I realized I slipped, right? It took me a while. I realized I slipped. You could have gotten a concussion. True. Looking back, something bad could have happened. So I instinctively touched my head to see if I was bleeding. Because that was, you know, because it was stairs. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, am I bleeding? And I looked at my hands and I like fucked up my hair, and I was like, okay, I don't look like, there's no blood, you know. And then I kind of like sit up and I look, and there's a car, and there's clearly somebody in there. There's somebody in there, and you know, and I'm just like, okay. And I'm assuming there were people in the building because I was at school. So I'm just like no one would have helped me. You know what I mean? And like people were stealing my shampoo and my umbrellas and my slippers, and people were just being fucking dicks to me when I was in Korea the first time. And I was like, I mean, I still like Korea, but I'm petty and I don't forget shit. So you know what I mean? Like I remember things. Being followed in stores all the time. And I mean, I get followed in Asian stores over here too. So I understand, like, it's not just an East Asian and East Asia thing, but it's like an East Asian over here thing too. And it's not everybody. Again, just like not all white people suck, not all East Asian people suck, but it's just like a lot of people are a little too okay with the human trafficking of Filipino people and like violence against Filipino people and like especially sexual violence and that kind of human trafficking of Filipino bodies. Like some people are like way too okay with that. Way too okay with that, especially the sex tourists. So, you know what I mean? So like that's another thing. Like with what happened in Georgia to the Samsung, was it Samsung? I think it was Samsung. With the Samsung workers on the visa, they had papers, right? They had papers. They were here legally. They were here to do their duty. And then they got fucked up and detained like that in like abysmal, disgusting conditions, which, you know, probably not the only people being detained in abysmal, disgusting, just inhumane conditions, right? But they're the ones that got the most publicity because all of this happened because some Karen that's running for office was like, oh, under the guise of like, oh, I'm concerned. Nah, she just wanted to fuck up some people's lives. And now Korea's like, fuck you bitches. But I don't think Korea's like quite on the level of fuck you bitches as I'd like. I'd like them to cock block us from everything. You know, I think that would be a really good lesson. This is really hard to hear because in my area, like predominantly Filipino, and I could never fathom that they'd be discriminated against in. So in my city, we have a pretty, I mean, a decent Filipino.
70%.
Sorry, that was loud. A decent amount of Filipinos, but it's not like I'm not in California. You know what I mean? Like I'm not in California. I'm not in like this is not Queens in New York. This is not, you know, like Daly City or anything like that. I think there's like a big community in Chicago too, which I'm concerned because I don't know if shit is still happening in Chicago right now. But yeah, like I like, you know how like they have those little makeup stores inside of like H Mart and shit? It's not even a big store. People following behind me. I'm like, bitch, I can't swipe makeup that doesn't match my skin tone. You know what I mean? Like I need to make sure this shit match. Like why would I swipe makeup that doesn't even suit my skin tone? What is your logic here? So, and why would I steal a sample, like a sample that a bunch of other bitches touched? I don't know if you're sanitizing it. Like, I have an antidote on the skin tone thing. Hit me. Yeah, I use Misha because like it's the closest without doing tear because tear. I don't feel comfortable with like the spongy compacts. So I personally don't feel comfortable with that. Korean beauty standard is that makeup is not supposed to match. Oh, because their face is like 10 times lighter than the rest of their skin? You mean like that thing? Or. Yeah. I don't like that thing either, bro. Oh, sorry. I meant that in a gender neutral way, but if you don't want me to say that, then I won't. I was shook when I learned that. Yeah, I really don't like it. I don't like the 10 times like lighter thing. Like, how alabaster can you go? You know what I mean? Is that like sheet of white paper? Because I don't like, sometimes I'm like, well, do I want to match my neck? Or do I want to match this? You know, I have a hard time color matching in general. So right now with Misha, it's like 2 shades of Misha. It's like, I think it's 29 and 31.
But when you go to the stores, when you go to Korean makeup stores, they almost, for the most part, never have 29, 31, anything darker than 29 and 31. Because they have like maybe 2 other shades. So I had to get samples to color match me. And I'm terrible at color matching. I cannot do it. I've always been really terrible at it. And then if there's like a picture on a website of somebody, you know, I'm gonna go with the person that looks the most like me. And then I'm like, is that my skin tone? Or because it's usually like West Asian or like light-skinned black ladies. And then I'm somewhere in the middle of that scale usually. If they're even that inclusive with showing their makeup on people that are not beige or light beige. Oh, it's always like beige and light beige and like sand and warm sand. And I'm like, so I'm definitely not beige or warm beige or light beige. You know, I can only hope to be a warm beige. So okay, we're gonna finish this before we turn into a pumpkin. Okay, so the scary dairy part is done. All right, fantastic. We finished the scary dairy. I was trying to look at Filipino makeup brands too, just like Filipino makeup and skincare, because like I did a random search one day of like makeup and skincare brands in the motherland, because I was like, well, oh, so this is like, so there's 2 guava drinks they have at JOLLIBEE. This is like they have a frozen one, like a slushy kind of, which obviously I probably took too long because it like was separating a little bit. But it's like a guava freezer or something. I don't typically go for guava because I think the actual guava fruit is like, I'm more of like a white peach and orange type of person. So but the color was intriguing in the advertisement, so I was like, okay, let's go by the color. We probably shouldn't do that, but why not? So it tastes good. I don't know if it's particularly true to a guava taste, but it's not like, it's sweet, but it's not like super duper sweet. It looks peach, very deceiving. Yeah, it's really orange. It's really orange. Yeah, it's like sweet, but not too sweet. So, you know, my mom got a burger because she was craving a burger. I was also craving a burger too, but I really wanted I was morbidly curious about this. So it does taste like yangnyeom, but when you smell the box, it smells like hot and sour soup, which I like hot and sour soup. It's just confusing. It's just confusing. I would say it's more sweet than spicy. But it does have like, oh, I guess they said Korean barbecue, so it wouldn't necessarily be like straight up yangnyeom. It looks like yangnyeom because of its color. One of my friends tried the chicken and they didn't like it that much because the soy sauce overtones. I don't typically like a lot of sticky. Oh, that part was still crispy a little bit. We have like a little bit of crispy pitch. So it is like a little spicy. I just bit into some sort of pepper or something. But not bad. Usually when I get Korean fried chicken, I like love Korean fried chicken, but I really hate touching sticky stuff. So I'm just a really annoying person to eat with. You know. That one still had some crunch. Real and true, I eat with a paper towel. Yeah, I was like, should I eat this with gloves? I was really thinking about it. I was like, I could just wear gloves. Then I was like, no, let's save gloves for raw food or crawfish. Because I'll wear gloves to crawfish, you know. The sauce isn't bad, especially if you're like shy about spice. It still has a little bit. Like I feel a little bit, but I have a different tolerance, right? Like I really like kimchi. I really like depends on the day. I like jjampong. You know, I like spicy soups and shit. And I like Thai spice, which is also like a different type of spice, right? So Filipino people, Filipino food, typically not spicy. We might add a pepper for it feels like decoration, you know? So like one pepper to the soup. Now I'm thinking of spicy pho. Yeah. Yeah, I put all the jalapeno slices in my pho, you know, because like everything adds to the flavor of the broth. And then I dip my meat on the side, so I'll put like sriracha and hoisin on the side, and then I'll dip my food in it. So I don't know if that's weird for people, but I prefer just doing it that way. I don't know, it's probably weird. Like red pho? Ooh! Oh, like a red broth pho? Oh my gosh, I've never heard of that. It's really good. I'll take your word for it. Okay, this is gonna get on my face, but I have paper towels off to the side. Yeah, even though I've been treated, you know, suspiciously by East Asian people in East Asia and here as well, I'm still rooting for all of us to realize that white supremacy doesn't like us, you know, and that, you know, even if they listen to K-pop and eat Chinese food, they could still be a racist asshole, you know what I mean? It's called bunboe. Ah, I love bunboe. Oh my god, I love bunboe. Mostly for like I like blood pudding. So usually if I'm craving blood pudding, because that's just something I probably won't make because my mom will probably freak out. I get bunboe. I get bunboe. So usually I'm guessing, you know, if I'm craving bunboe or if I'm craving blood pudding, that just means I'm iron deficient or something. Probably. So there's some I think there's some like Chinese hot pots that have like the same kind of like blood pudding in it. I really like blood pudding. I like blood pudding, but I'm not gonna make it. Like, I just found a place that had tendon. I feel like animal blood's a little bit easier to find, but like, once I found out I can go get tendon and shit, I was like, bitch. Fantastic. My anemia dictates so much of my taste, for real. Oh! Do you take like, so how do you manage your anemia? If you don't mind expanding. And did you get like a physical and they were like, hey, by the way? Or did they, because I can't stomach iron pills? Oh. Is that what usually people do with anemia, is that they take iron pill supplements? I drink a lot of chicken broth. Oh, that sounds so good. Yeah. I'm a big fan of broth. I'm like trying to only touch this with one hand. But I feel like that's just not going to work out. My grandmother makes this like Caribbean dish named kalaloo, and I get non-hem iron that way, and it's made with Swiss chard. Oh, you know what? I think I was looking at chard today. Caribbean dish called kalaloo. I'll have to look into that. Let me screen cap. I don't know a whole lot about anything about Caribbean food. Eggs, broth, ground beef, spinach. Okay. Mom does like spinach. And I like eggs. This is pretty good. We might be getting this next time. Maybe I need to taste a real guava to see if I like guava or I just like guava flavored drinks. Because I'm pretty sure I've tried guava before and I didn't like it. So, heme is like blood-based iron, and non-heme is a mineral iron from plants and legumes. Oh! Oh. So that way, if someone is anemic but also vegan, they can still get iron from other sources. Yeah, I was telling my mom for like collagen and stuff. I mean, essentially, if we just eat more like animal products, I think. Versus just like the powders, like everybody buys collagen powder. My aunt buys collagen powder, my mom buys collagen powder. I was looking at a few, you can get a good amount of collagen from cooking down a chicken. Yeah. I like using chicken bone. In general, I like to use bones as much as I can until we can't get anything else out of it. So Oh, we could have. Well, no, because I ate everything. I was like, well, if I didn't eat this skin and stuff, maybe we could do that that fried chicken rice in the cooker. And I was like, because I've done that a couple times, but we haven't done it with like this type of chicken skin where it's already like super flavored. I love fried chicken skin. Me too. Big fan. And the lechon that's like puffy, the lechon skin that's puffy, like the lechon skin that you get, like that's like when you have the whole pig and it's flat and skinny and like crisp like that. Like that's nice too, but I really like the puffy one. I really enjoy. Ooh, okay, you might be crispy. Fresh grocery store rotisserie chicken. The skin is going right in the fryer. Yeah. Ooh, this one might be crispy. Let me get. Oh. Let me get close to the mic. Okay, go. Darn. I feel like part of this might be crispy still, though. Okay, no. Tiny crunch, but not like. Well, that's too bad. Anyway, it is delicious. So, and I'm definitely not sponsored by anybody. So, I'm just letting you know. Like I already told you, I don't like their label because of what happened to New Jeans, but they themselves are, you know, very skilled young ladies. Because I'm an elder millennial, so I don't know what to say. Young ladies. Mm. I'd walk to Jollibee today and try this, but it's raining really hard. Yeah. Don't go outside. Don't go outside. Outside is where the people are. I forgot they're from Big Hit. Yeah. I was like reading some stuff. Man, Korea Boo has so many like interesting articles when I'm trying to look for things. Like Korea Boo has an article on like makeup and skincare companies that have financial ties to Israel as to those who have no ties that are known of or like no ties at all. They also had an article on this guy named Eric Sim who worked for NASA, who did a lot of disgusting things. You can just look that up, but it's in like almost every one of my YouTube video descriptions because I feel like it's very important information to know. But yeah, Korea Boo, fantastic. Kind of like, you know, I feel like some people were, I know I was really surprised when over the past, since this pandemic, still a pandemic, since this pandemic started, like, I feel like Rolling Stone has really pumped out a lot of very informational, really useful for people articles about what's going on in the United States. You know what I mean? And I feel like maybe some people are like, wow, because I was like that. I was like, wow, I thought, you know, Rolling Stones was just going to talk about music. But yeah, so interesting. I love when I see like really useful articles from the Rolling Stone. They're so cool. Also, Teen Vogue sometimes comes out with some like really cool, like really helpful articles about like marginalized identities. I think Teen Vogue did a video on on Thanksgiving, where they were talking to, I don't know, like 6 indigenous teens about what Thanksgiving means to them and their community. It's a really good video. But yeah. But yeah, Korea Boo. Korea Boo had some articles on kind of like the timeline of like Eyelet, KATSEYE, New Jeans. And, you know, I have my own kind of theories on stuff too, but like the K-pop industry is pretty fucked up, just like in general. And I remember when it just started being coming to everyone's attention what was going on with New Jeans, some of the fans, some of their fan base, some of the fans were like, oh well, they you know, they deserved it, or they should have known, or blah 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 blah. And I was like, okay, they were children when they came. Most of the trainees come to the companies as children. So you're saying that it's okay to abuse children? Like what are we saying right now? Like what exactly? Like just because there's a corrupt business practice that is normalized does not mean the corrupt business practice should even be a thing. Like it shouldn't be normal to control what people eat and to monitor what they eat with cameras of all things, and like the weigh-ins and shit. Like none of that, and that's like across the board, you know, for like these companies. And it's like I don't think any of that should be normal, you know? So it's just like it's so crazy or absurd. It's so absurd, like people will be fans and then immediately turn. It's just like it's people just worry about the merch and stuff, but I'm over here like, what's gonna happen with their visas? Because like, Hani is neither Korean nor, you know, like, you know, she's like not Korean, and she's Vietnamese Australian, if I'm remembering correctly. So like, what the fuck's going on with Hani? Is she okay? So I remember when I learned that idols are technically independent contractors and have no workers' rights because they aren't employees, actually criminal. And these companies don't, their stories, and maybe there's some truth to them and maybe they're not, but I'm pretty sure they're probably true just given the whole like beauty standard and everything. Before Twice happened, right? They were a reality, they were a competition show, right? They told Momo she had to lose like a certain amount of kilograms, but they didn't tell her how to, or like give her safe options or suggestions. They just left it to a kid to try to drop the weight because she wanted to debut. And she was eating ice cubes, according to the story. Momo was a baby on that show. So they're hiring these kids, but technically not really hiring them. Yeah, and then that, you know, and then Suyu's the youngest, right? So like Momo was a baby, then Suyu was a baby. And like all throughout this whole time, there've just been people trying to creep on Suyu on top of that. Plus, Suyu had to do that fucking apology because she was proud to be Taiwanese, which sucked. You know, I didn't like that. And because China got mad or something. And so it's just like they have to go through all this shit. You know what I mean? And like, yes, like they're probably kind of far removed from reality because like that money probably changes people, but that doesn't like change the fact that they, as children, they went through a lot of bullshit. Like what, Stray Kids was formed on the Bangchan was the person in charge of choosing his group. That's a lot of responsibility. It's like, well, if you fail, it's clearly your fault. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of pressure. Korea's so weird about Taiwan, and it makes me angry. Like, y'all aren't even Chinese. Oh, they are? Korea's weird about Taiwan? Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, I worry about the people that are especially not Korean in any kind of way. So like because I've heard things about poor treatment of Chinese artists in K-pop, you know, and you know, Korea, China, Taiwan, like I don't know if there's anything weird with the Japanese talents or whatever. Hopefully there's not, but you know. And then I don't know if there's anything weird going on with the Filipinos, which as a Filipino really hope there isn't. You know? So But it's just like how the netizens turned on New Jeans so quickly and with like no empathy or compassion, or because they were just calling out the shit that should be called out in the first place. Like they shouldn't be monitoring people's food like that. Like Junghyun from Twice still gets like stupid comments about her appearance. And Jihyo too, because like Jihyo's kind of tan. I don't know if she's like just out in the sun or actually like spray tanning or whatever, because I don't know if that's a thing in Korea. But like people making comments about how they look, and it's just like, why? Like literally why? Like I understand colorism is, y'all have issues with people who are tan, because even the Filipinos you choose for K-pop don't have a tan. The tannest person is Laura. You know, she is the darkest skinned person right now, because I don't know what happened to Fatu. Fatu was in a group called like Black Swan or something. Did you hear about the JYP group with foreign idols? One of the members is suing JYP for starving them. Man, I hope something happens from it. Like, I like Twice, but I'm not gonna be like, K-pop is like this perfect industry. Like they do some fucked up shit to people. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Oh, wait, it was a blonde girl. Okay, I think I might have heard of this. Rebranded it to Girl Set. Okay, I heard about this. I heard about this because they were trying to brainwash the other members to be like, "Oh, well, you shouldn't say anything," or something like that, or basically get the other members of the group to like bully her into submission or some shit like that. I think a similar thing happened with SNSD. Because like who left? One person left SNSD. Jessica? I think. Yeah, and I think it was a similar group mentality of like, hey, if not bullying, but trying to like gaslight or like a definite pressure to like, hey, don't, because we're a group or some shit like that. And I think with the group you mentioned with the blonde girl, like some other members were having like other health issues, I guess induced by anxiety or something like that, because of what was going on. And there was somebody in KATSEYE that left, or she was supposed to be in KATSEYE, because I didn't follow their journey. I didn't care. But she's like a solo artist overseas somewhere, so she's like completely removed from K-pop. Outside of, she was, I guess, in one of the reality competition shows or something, like Dream High or something or whatever. I did hear about her, but apparently she's weird. Okay, she racist. She racist. Or is she just like an interesting but not harmful weird? I saw like a video clip of her dancing, and I was like, oh, interesting. There was a girl that was supposed to be in the group, but she was like anti-Indian. What the fuck? Okay, that's weird. So anti-Laura? They were anti-Laura? Yeah, I don't... Oh, because of girl... Yeah, Automod... I have Automod on, but Automod, like, blocks a lot of weird words. Like, I've been blocked for, like, saying the word white. I'm like, okay, Twitch, who are we protecting here right now? There's so many, like, racist ass shit that's being said on this app, and you are mad at me for saying the word white. Okay, but whatever. I shall now say girl and white. White. But yeah. I'll probably have to like, I don't know. We'll kind of relook at some things now that I know OBS is working, right? So because I was having some issues and like it was mostly I had some not correct file paths. So that was part of my problem with like my plugins. But now we understand where they're supposed to go. So we're better, but I still need to like remove one because OBS was like, bitch, that doesn't work. So you need to remove it or update it or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, okay, I guess. So the group that's really been on my radar and ticking off is All Day Project. Oh, are they with a smaller label? Are they? Yeah, we're touching with both hands now. Tiny Crunch. Oh, they're a YG offshoot. I mean, wait, YG. Yeah. It's hard to survive a sex scandal. So one of the members does, oh no, does blackface and racial appropriation. Oh no. Ugh. Man. I feel like Black history and the civil rights movement should definitely be taught internationally. You know? So I have heard there's a I don't know how long TikTok's gonna last with everything that's going on too, by the way, but there is a Black creator. Is she biracial? She lives in Japan, and like her thesis and stuff was like Black culture, and I think it was within like Japanese culture and stuff like that. Oh, okay, you know who I'm talking about. I remember she was doing some videos about like, the people who braid hair in Okinawa or something. I think I know already who you're talking about, Lamau. Okay, you probably know who, because I feel like she's like the only one with that specific type of content where she's talking about like her thesis and like Black culture and appropriation like in Japan. Like there's one biracial Japanese, like she's light skinned. I think her dad's white or something. And she taught her latest video, the biracial, probably white girls, like she was talking about like the Johnny scandal and like Lolita and all of our struggles are intertwined, and you know what I mean. She was also talking, I think, about the not necessarily the election, but like if it does turn right wing, what that's gonna like be like and stuff. Um, but the Black scholar lady in Japan, she was talking about like the people who braid hair in Okinawa, or maybe it's not Okinawa. Maybe it was like Fukuoka, because I think she talks about Fukuoka too. And she was like, well, they definitely charge more for like Japanese people, which fair, fair, because they're like that's not culturally relevant to them. Like that's not their thing. You know what I mean? Like they should definitely pay a premium for appropriation. You know what I mean? So she was like, well, they're, you know, they get the Asian people do get charged more. And I was like, cool. You know what I mean? Like, they're making their money, and, you know, it's just like, I'm okay with that. You know, like, they shouldn't be appropriating these hairstyles and stuff. But if the people braiding the hair are getting paid a premium, that makes me feel much better for them. So, for, you know, because if they're gonna try to make a buck off of a culture like that, as the Asian people appropriating, then yeah, the people doing the hair, for example, not just limited to them, should be getting a premium for that. So I was like, good for them. Trying to get all the squishy stuff that seems appropriate for eating. But yeah, I've moved off most of my content off of TikTok, in a sense that, like, I have it on my phone somewhere. But I don't know. Feel like it's probably time to move off some of these apps, given the climate of everything. But I just, and I've been like doing that on and off with, like, for example, Facebook. I did Facebook a little bit first. We did a lot of cleaning, like taking photos off and deleting shit, and, you know, the internet is forever, but trying to get rid of my stuff as much as possible, because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get off the app. But it's slow because I used to be an oversharer. So now I'm less of an oversharer, and I just fucking monologue on Twitch. Fear that the internet is pushing left adjacent content creators out of public spaces, and yes. Yeah. The whole TikTok only being 20% owned by China now, people can't, like, lean into that xenophobia anymore, because China only has 20% of the pie. Everything else is like, what, Peter Thiel, some, like, Israeli minister, some shit or something, some Israeli dude. Who else? Oracle? Or was the Oracle thing I heard about something else? Oracle isn't something. Or is it that Peter Thiel owns Oracle? Ugh. Anyway. This is scary. We can't have all left-wing content behind a paywall. Very true. I didn't think about that aspect of it. Yeah, I've been slowly following everybody's Substack. So, because eventually I'm gonna have to get off of Instagram, I'm sure. Because if I'm gonna get off of Facebook, I'm gonna do the whole environment, you know. Because all right-wing content is free. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, lefty and socialist people are really just trying to survive capitalism. And I think the right-wingers just, I don't know. I saw a thread about it on Twitter and freaked me out. I haven't checked out Omar's big sister's Twitter, but I see her TikTok a lot. And then I follow YK Reborn. I don't think they have a Twitter, but they definitely have a Substack where they talk about, like, opting out and surveillance capitalism, and being mindful of cameras, and like being safe with your phone and your online presence. And their Substack is liberationtoolbox.io if anyone's interested. Because their name there is different. But that's their Substack. So if you ever want to learn about like de-Googling your life, which is like a huge undertaking, because I think all of us use Gmail, or we all use YouTube. So like de-Googling your life, and opting out like when you go to the airport or online or whatever. They're really good about that. Because of confirmation bias, the more right voices that are visible, the more people accept that as the truth. I mean, there are a lot of people that do not critically think, like, at all, right? That cannot be concerned with any of the shit that's happening, because they just see it in their feed and think that it will never happen to them, or never happen to their community, or not in their city, or not down the street. They think that they're that far away from it. Chicago is not that far. Neither is Oregon. So I know I, for one, and I'm like always concerned. I'm always very concerned, because, like, I know adoptees. The adoptees I know have papers, but there are adoptees out there that don't have papers because their adopted parents were pieces of shit or like negligent or whatever, right? And then there was a streamer that said, some people have home births, like they're born at the house, they're not born in a hospital. They could potentially also be undocumented, because usually when you go to the hospital, that's when you get a bunch of papers saying who the fuck you are. But if you're born at home, like, I don't even know how paperwork works if you're born at the house, So, and that was something I had never considered until she had mentioned it. Like, the adoptee thing I knew about, but like home births never even crossed my mind as potentially undocumented people. So like there's a lot of people out there that are just trying to survive capitalism and contribute to society or whatever. And they have a target because they don't have papers, right? In a country that was founded on like genocide and slavery and like stealing land and shit. All of a sudden, well, maybe not all of a sudden, but like it's like, why does legality even have to be a thing? But white supremacy, racism, xenophobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, they all compact like interest, So there's a lot of people that just can't be bothered, or they'll see something, and like you said, they'll probably be more likely to believe it because like this happens a lot in my community, because a white person says it, then automatically it's true. But white people can lie. You know what I mean? So, and again, not all white people are bad, but like there's so many bad actors out there. There's so many bad actors out there. And it's like, yeah, if they were already racist, and then a racist person says some racist shit, they'll be like, yeah. It's like, ooh. I don't know, if I put this in the oven, it might burn because of all the sugar. That's what I'm like worried about. Because I wouldn't mind crisping it up a little bit more. But a lot of white people don't know how their actions and beliefs exist to perpetuate the institution of whiteness that they benefit from. Yeah. A lot of white people, they're white their whiteness gets in the way. Like they can't see what the rest of us see and experience because they only see what their whiteness lets them see. They can't like, I don't know, imagine? Is that the word? Because obviously empathy and compassion need to happen there too, and it's not happening. But not to say that they're innocent, but they're complicit. Yeah, they're not innocent. And with some people, it's willful ignorance. Or like, okay, for example, with Filipinos, and I'm just, from my experience, it's Filipino American History Month, okay? It's a lot of, as long as it's not me, right? As long as it's not me, whatever is happening to those people is none of my business, or justified, or it's okay, which is gross. All of those things are gross, right? The bad shit that's happening shouldn't be happening, right? Like, us losing our First Amendment shouldn't be happening. People being detained shouldn't be happening, you know? Like, so many people are pro-choice and pro-equality, but very pro-cop. Yeah. And I think TV has a lot to do with that too, about like the whole pro-cop situation. Because we have so many shows, like Blue Bloods is a show. What else is, I think Blue Bloods is still showing. Blue Bloods, NYPD was, that's a show, right? Like, I don't watch TV anymore. But there's lots of shows that portray cops as the good guys. But in reality, it's like, when has, I mean, they're, you know, occasionally saving people or whatever, but it's like, for the most part, cops don't save the everyday working people. Kind of like insurance doesn't really exist to help homeowners or car owners. At the end of the day, it might help you, but they're really trying to protect the wants and needs, bottom line, and margins of the company. And they're not really giving a shit about you. So cops act more like prison wardens to me. What is it? Didn't policing stem out of, like, after slavery was like, after they said slavery was done, because people in prisons are sometimes put to work but not paid. So still slavery, just different, like a rebrand. When they said slavery was done, they had, that's how like cops started, right? Because they were like, if people are out there but not working, or just like loitering, that's the word. Yeah, because of loiter laws, people were in prison for being unemployed. Yeah. Imagine you get locked up just because you're unemployed, because you're just, I don't know, under a tree existing or something, you know, just like hanging out. And I think, you know, it shouldn't be a crime to be unemployed. Some people don't choose it. It chooses them. They're, you know, there's fucking discriminatory hiring practices, and like, I feel like a lot of people just don't think about disabled people. It's like, they're disabled people who want to work, just like they're able-bodied people that don't want to fucking do anything. You know what I mean? But it's like, if companies don't want to hire a disabled person, you know, because they don't want to accommodate that disability, just because there's probably a precedent for a lawsuit doesn't mean it's going to happen, because like, that's money and time that the disabled person probably doesn't have, because they're looking for a job and they're unemployed. So You can be kicked to the margins of society for any reason, but it's always perceived as a moral failing. Yeah, I would like for all of us to survive capitalism. You know what I mean? I'm not asking for, I would like for all of us to survive capitalism and be able to afford, you know, rent and food and medicine and a deep cleaning from the dentist, because that shit gets really, really expensive. And from personal experience as somebody who is not insured. So, but it's like, there's nothing wrong with being disabled, but there's everything with like wrong with blockading care needs and accommodation. Like, there are lots of people with long COVID, like they really can't work for very long, you know, or because like they're just exhausted. There's a lot of disabled people with like, they can't work for long periods of time because they are just exhausted. Like their body is under so much duress of whatever's going on, whatever situation, right? But that doesn't mean that they're incapable of working. It's just that they just can't do it for like 8 hours straight without a break or something, you know? We had a streamer friend, her husband almost died recently. There was a white guy at work who apparently thinks being hygienic is effeminate or something. It's gendered. Fucking gross. And so there was a machine that her husband was about to use, but he didn't sanitize it. And he wasn't wearing a mask, right? So he was just being a disgusting prick. And her husband got sick. And this is the second time her husband got sick because of this unhygienic asshole. And they kept the asshole, but they fired her husband. Like, her husband did PT for months. I'm cooked because I have a chronic pain in, oh my God, you have endometriosis? I'm so sorry. Oh my God, and you're anemic? That must be so painful. And my life is basically over because jobs don't want hybrid workers. They don't want maskers. They need you to do overtime and be customer friendly. Dude, I'm like in a very similar situation. So I do Twitch because like it's the safest thing for my household, right? When I go outside to go to the grocery store, to my mom and my aunt's appointments, every once in a while I'll go thrifting, you know, or to like some event. But for the most part, like we don't go outside because people are not masking. And then I get side-eyed so hard at the hospital when I'm masking. I'm like, bitch, I am not a medically trained professional. Why are you not masking? Like, you went to school for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why you're in charge of people who are vulnerable by the nature of being inside of the hospital. Why the fuck aren't you masking? So, I did an interview at a bootleg shoe store. Oh, not even a brand name, in a dumb mall. And the manager asked if I planned to mask on shift. Sorry. Oh my God. If I hear any news or research regarding endometriosis, I'm gonna try to remember to tell you. That's terrible. To be anemic and have endometriosis. I've resolved to just live until I got by the virus because the world is ending on God. Yeah, like there's a free clinic I usually go to for stuff. They are not getting vaccines. They're not getting COVID or flu. So I'm going to have to pay out of pocket for COVID and flu. And the last time I checked at CVS, it was definitely over $100 if you're uninsured to get COVID vaccines. So It's distressful. To say the very least, it is like super stressful. You know, my mom has a respiratory situation. Both of these bitches are seniors, you know, and one is older than dirt. I don't know if you know about the silent generation. One of them is silent generation. So I used to be able to tell people I mask because I live with my grandma, but they don't care anymore. I'm sorry that other people don't give a shit. Like, I'm really, really sorry. Because it's like, I have friends that I feel like are pretty smart people. You know what I mean? But they don't mask. And it just, I don't understand why they're not masking. If we know what we know about COVID, and like Twitter's really great for COVID, some Instagram accounts are really good for COVID. You know, if we know what we know about COVID, it's just like, why aren't we masking? And I found an article recently. I don't know if I did an automated message for it, but it's like why we are still masking. And then there's like there's like this cute illustration with two ladies. And it goes over some like common stuff. Bruh, if I got my grandmother sick, I think it would unravel me for real. I feel like a piece of shit, but somehow others don't have that empathy. Yes, I think a lot of people don't realize, like, so you had someone in your direct life that could have been severely impacted, right? I also have that too. But what they don't realize is that anybody they could meet could have the same kind of situation. The bank teller, the gas station dude, the fried chicken person, the person at the grocery, the person at the library, the person at the doctor's office could all have a dependent or be the caretaker of someone who is like more prone to it or does have COVID already or is disabled, immunocompromised, or chronically ill. Like it could be anybody, you know, and like your roommate, your partner, whatever. They just, I don't know why is it thought of as like some like completely separate thing? Like we're all humans living in society. Like any human could be disabled and could potentially die from COVID, you know? So COVID, I think, kills a part of your brain that controls impulsivity and compassion. I have a feeling probably true. And people don't think about like multiple infections, like really like fuck up your shit, but they don't fuck up your shit the same way. Like person A has 2 infections, person B has 6. They could have been impacted in different ways within each of their bodies. Like every body is different, you know. I saw a study that people with repeat COVID infections had decreased brain activity in the regions of their brain responsible for decision making, foresight, and personality. Ugh. Oh my god. Decision making. That would be really bad for people with executive dysfunction. In 2023, I saw that every COVID infection can take like 5 off IQ points every time, and it wasn't enough for me. Yeah, there's this one guy I follow for like COVID stuff. I haven't seen him in a while in the feed. He's like Dr. Lucky some shit. And I don't know, there was some sort of sports event. And I forget if he was like in the mix in that picture, but it was a very crowded situation. And I'm pretty sure there wasn't a whole lot of masking. So I was just like, this picture gives me a little anxiety. You know? And there are organizations I want to do shit with, you know, like I want to get involved with like PSL and shit. But I went to a virtual meeting with like a bunch of other people. And I asked them like, what are y'all doing about masking? And they're like, well, we don't really enforce it, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, so like me and clearly 2 other people who had the same feelings was like, we can't do shit with you. If collective liberation means everyone, it includes the disabled, chronically ill, and immunocompromised people. If you're not even, because I didn't even feel like encouraging it. Like they just didn't want to talk about it because it felt like they didn't want to talk about it because it'd be polarizing. And I understand not everybody is going to be like a perfect activist or a perfect whatever for you. But I can't be doing in live events, community building with people who are not masking. Like I can't do that. That is too dangerous. All the COVID science panels where they don't mask for group photos. Oh my God. There was one on Twitter. I forget what event it was. There was one like medical science convention, some shit, and all those bitches were masking. And I was like, oh my God. That is fantastic. But I don't remember like what convention it was. Ugh. I'm just like, holy shit. Like, I don't even see that many masks when I'm at the hospital. You know what I mean? When I'm at the hospital for like my mom or my aunt, like, much less like at a hotel ballroom or some shit, wherever the fuck they were. So I was like, well, that gives me a little teeny tiny glimmer of hope. But can they like tell their friends? Be like, hey, bitches, look at this shit. Look. Because a lot, like even like politicians that are like running for shit, right? People running for shit. No masks. I'm like, do you guys just not? I mean, health is probably not necessarily on your platform outside of like health insurance and making sure that more people have it than less. Oh! That was a bone. Politicians move like entertainers. Like, they do an appearance in one city and then move to the next and like treat it like a concert. Bernie Sanders, the world tour. I think there's a lady running in, is it Chicago? She's running in Illinois for Congress. And she's been talking about like AIPAC trying to like fund her opponent. Oh, and that they don't mask on camera, but in private they lock that shit. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Somehow I cannot imagine the orange tan man wearing a mask though. Or I don't know where McTaco Tits came from, but that was another nickname for him too. All the elite are aware of COVID and take different expensive measures to stay healthy. Yeah, they suck. Because it's a real law, I know. There's so many normies who just don't want to admit it's real and that it's happening and it's still taking people's lives or their livelihoods, Like, there's lots of hot young people with long COVID. Or chronic illness if they don't have long COVID, Like, it doesn't matter if you're hot or young. Like, there are people that are young and on palliative care, On movie sets in the studio, behind the stage door, their staff are masking. Okay. One thing I hate is that if you're at a rich people event and your staff then the rich people aren't masking, but you have to. Like, you're the problem. When it's like everybody should be masking, by the way. Everybody who is able to financially and like able-bodied enough, like they don't have a trach or, you know, some sort of respiratory situation that like makes it not okay to mask. As long as it's okay for you to mask, should be masking. And I understand it costs money, but I had an emergency COVID-related ER visit. Way more expensive than 5 years of masks. You know what I'm saying? Like thousands of dollars. So, do you remember the first COVID Met Gala? One girl wore a bejeweled mesh mask covering. Oh my god. Ugh. Well, I guess they tried. I don't know. Something with money. Something like money just removes your brain from reality somehow in a lot of instances. And it's just like, I don't even know how that works, you know? And then like when people wear their mask under their nose, I'm like, I mean, bless you for trying, but that's not how it works. Like it has like all of this. So Hunger Games was biographical. You know, I never read the book. I've seen scenes. I've seen very unfortunate scenes. Like when the little baby died. Ugh. So the movies to me elevated the message that we're just entertainment for elites and it's okay if we die, I guess. I might be paraphrasing it wrong. Like a lot of people are into Squid Game, and I cannot be excited about that because it gamifies Asian death in a country where it's like our elders were being targeted because of COVID because the Orange Tan Man called it the Kung Flu and other assorted racist shit. So, but like there was something that happened in Korea called Brothers Home, and if you read about that, it's hard to be excited about Squid Game, or at least I would hope so, because it's just like, it's pretty disgusting. So, also just like predicating on people trying to survive capitalism, you know, and like doing shit so that they're expendable. Like if they don't win, they die. You know what I mean? Like storylines like that, it's like pretty horrific. We're already in a Squid Game. Yeah. It's just like, what is it? In California, they were like, they are or were punishing people for being houseless. Right? Something like that. And it's just like, man, it'd be nice if affordable housing were a thing, or if like shelters were more available and like helping people get the resources they need so they don't live on the street. You know, especially with like global warming and things like that. But yeah, go ahead and send people to jail for not having a house or whatever. The unhoused are punished in unfathomable ways already. It's too much to make it a source of entertainment. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, we're already suffering under capitalism, just trying to like exist. You know, even before the pandemic, even before I decided, hey, I can't do the job I have, because I was working at a restaurant. I was working at bars, pubs, and nightlife. So I had a lot of high volume situations. So I knew early on that that would not be okay for my situation because my dad was still alive in 2020. He died in 2021 because of the freeze that you may or may not have heard of. Because people hear all sorts of stuff from Texas because it's like we have new bullshit every fucking day. So I understand if you've never heard of it. But Texas has 2 power grids. However, one of them powers 80+% of Texas. So and the power grid is not weatherized. So if it's extremely, extremely hot, we run the risk of losing power. And when it's extremely, extremely cold, we also run the risk of losing power. I remember you talking about it the last stream. Oh, okay. Then I don't have to write it down anymore. But yeah, so dad was still alive at the beginning of the pandemic, right? That is ongoing and is still here and it hasn't gone away. And, you know, he was my main concern because he had Parkinson's and he had a lot of other things going on that were not clearly diagnosed, or they might have been correctly diagnosed, but now that I look back on it, maybe it wasn't. You know what I mean? And so we had a lot of shit going on. And I was like, this is too dangerous. So I stopped, and that's when we started getting a little bit more serious about Twitch. But because of what I talk about, and I'm not like, I don't do first person shooters or Valorant or you know what I mean? I'm not really a gamer. I just like cook shit most of the time, or like today I'm just eating shit on camera. And I talk about, you know, existing as a tan Asian person in America. You know, I talk about these things and I am the way I am, and I don't want to change who I am for the sake of capitalism. But I still need to like survive capitalism. It's very difficult. It's a difficult existence. And so because I don't sell out, it's just been really hard. But I appreciate the fact that I haven't sold out, because then I get to meet people like you, right? Like I have like genuine conversations with people about how our world is fucking us in the ass in the not fun way. So, you know, like, you know, I have an automated message on like glioblastoma. And I don't know, I got some raid or something. And someone was like, hey, you know, my wife does X and X treatment for this. And then he was like, it's a form of brain cancer. I noticed your glioblastoma message. And I was like, oh my God. No, that's perfect. And so like I screen capped what that person said and I sent it to my friend, because the reason I have the glioblastoma message is my friend was like, hey, can you share this link or share information? And so the link I posted was like, if you want to donate to research. This was before the health money got cut or slashed and like research and all that shit. That's really touching. Yeah, and glioblastoma's probably not talked about a lot because like I didn't really know about it much at all first. When my friend told me about this, like I was like, okay, I didn't really read too hard. And then I was like, it's a brain cancer, like a severe, severe brain cancer. So what had happened is her mom fell. Her mom fell. There was like a hurricane or some shit going. There was a natural climate situation going on. And so, you know, it was just her and her mom. The brother was somewhere else. And I don't know where the sister was. And so she had to like, my friend had to make a decision. Like, do we go to the do I drive to the hospital? What do I do? She had to get life flighted to the hospital. And so I was thinking like it was an eye thing because she fell in a way and like kind of hit near where her eye is. She wears an eye patch. And I offered my friend, I was like, hey, if she ever wants like, you know, like a fancy eye patch or something, like I can cook something up, you know, just let me know, you know, because her mom's always been really nice to me. And like that must have been such a stressful thing to go through for not only like my friend but like her mom, you know what I mean? So her vision is definitely impacted. That's why she's wearing an eye patch. And so I thought it was like something to do with the eye, you know, before I really like read the fucking link. And yeah, it was just like I didn't realize how severe that cancer is. So I don't really know what they're doing for treatment and stuff, you know? And so that's why I was like, hey, you know, a chatter said, like, this is what they're doing. Like, this is what their wife did for treatment. I don't know if this is something you already explored or that was discussed with you or is compatible with your mom and her preferences. Because, you know, sometimes when Asian people get old and it's like, well, do you want to have a surgery or do you want to have this or do you want to have that? They're already at the point where it's like, no. You know, some Asian folks are like, nah. You know, like, my body's been through enough already. You know, understandable, you know, like, because sometimes in certain situations, like a surgery, it's riskier to have certain treatments done, right? Once you hit a certain age. So I was like, oh shit. And then we have another chatter. We have somebody in the community. It was either them or their partner has thalassemia. And so I have a message about alpha thalassemia major. I made a TikTok video about it, like, I don't know, a year or two ago. My friend, her niece has alpha thalassemia major. So there's thalassemia, that's the main thing. And so there's alpha and beta and major and minor. So essentially what this kid has is like the extreme version. Like the extreme, terrible, not great version. So she's like not even in kindergarten. She is very small. And every month she has to go to the hospital to get a transfusion, to get a blood transfusion, because essentially her blood's not good. I forget if it's just like not producing enough white cells or something, but she has to like flush out the blood, essentially, get a blood transfusion. So she like understandably doesn't like hospitals. You know, she's really kind of skittish around strangers, you know. And I would imagine she does not like needles. So, you know, so we've reduced how many automated messages I have. Like this is already still kind of a lot, but like I just feel like everything is important. And like people know what they know and people don't know what they don't know. Right? Like I didn't know anything about glioblastoma until my friend told me. I didn't know about alpha thalassemia until my friend told me. And like her and her sisters have like a blood condition. And so apparently like when that one sister married that one guy and they had kids, like this happened. But it's like everybody, if they want to have kids, should have kids. And so she had to like go to the hospital a lot. She had to like, there were tests done on her in like California. They live in Texas, to see if like this would be a viable pregnancy or if it would be safe for both the mother and the child or the fetus. There's just like so much research and it was a very involved pregnancy. And so, yeah. Alpha thalassemia major is super serious because it means their body is lacking the gene to properly shaped blood cells. Yeah. So this poor kid, they have two kids, by the way. So the girl has alpha thalassemia major. The boy just has very extreme food allergies. Just like all sorts of food allergies. So it's really interesting how that worked. But yeah. I was about to drive up to a different city to donate blood, but then I don't have the right blood type for her. So because I didn't have the right blood type, I was like, I'll just make a video if something happens, hopefully, and the internet's forever. It's just gonna be a video that exists. And hopefully people donate. I'm not her right type of blood, and I think also I might be underweight right now, so I don't think I can, because I'm always hit up because of my blood type. I have a very useful blood type, unfortunately, which means other people's blood type are typically not that useful for me. So, you know, but yeah, I was not rare enough for her. I wasn't her type. I wasn't the type she needed. So, cause her mom, the baby's grandma was freaking out. She was like, the blood bank is low, blah blah blah, this and the other. And then my friend told me, and I was like, oh, cause like I didn't know. Like I didn't like I had like it was only when like shit was really hitting the fan that she told me, right? She like just kept this to herself, you know, because she probably didn't want to talk about it, or, you know, for whatever reason. And I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Because I don't know. She doesn't like seafood. And so like I was just thinking like how are ways that I could have been like better accommodating of her. But anyway, almost like sickle cell anemia. I got the basic bitch blood type. Mine is too common. Yeah, mine is on the semi-rare side, and so I always get really mad when I get mad when politicians ask me for money, and I get mad when the blood bank is like, "Hey, if you donate blood, we'll give you a pint of ice cream or like this shirt that you don't need." You know, I'm just like, oh my god, like because like when you go to the hospital, you're still charged for the blood. You know, like it's a line item. So it's just like I'm donating for free, but they still have to pay for it. It just feels kind of gross either way. So I don't know, but just like the whole like ableism and eugenics and medical racism and fucking just the billing of medical care. You know, it's very hard to stay alive in this country, especially when like there's so many anti-vax people. Ugh. Oh my god. And like there's a kid who died from measles and their parents were anti-vax and they doubled down on it. It's just I don't know, like ugh. I think I saw that video. Yeah, it's I don't even like weird isn't even the right word for it. It's just it's unconscionable. And there's probably other words I'm looking for that I can't figure out right now, but it's like how can you like any type of mitigation against disease, I feel pretty good idea. You know what I mean? But it's just like you don't want to help potentially protect your child. Like you want to willingly expose your children to things that may or may not kill them. Like why would you want that for your children? I don't want children. I'm not trying to have any. You know, if I find the right partner, maybe I'll think about it, but I'm kind of like in a danger zone age group where I don't think that is a very wise decision, you know. And it's just like how can you be like that to your own child? They'd rather be right than keep their child alive. Yeah, it's just like it's so like I feel a lot of people are still in like, so this is what I need to be a grown-up. I need to date and get married, get a good-ass job, get a house, maybe have a dog, have some kids. I feel like most people are taught, like, this is the way, or cat, you know. Get a furry child or a feathered child of sorts, right? And it's just like, so they see this as the plan they're supposed to follow, but they don't think about like what it really means to be a parent. They don't think about their own experiences when they were children and how they felt when like maybe their parent gaslit them or didn't listen to them or didn't support them, or you know what I mean, like it's like they're not, I don't know if they're just not thinking about those experiences and trying to improve upon and apply it to their own children or what. But like, I know if I had kids, I would try very, very hard to not be like my parents. Like, my parents aren't terrible people, but my mom is not the person that I need her to be for me. Like, every child needs something different from their parent. You know what I mean? I did not get what I needed from my mom. And I feel like a lot of ladies or a lot of femme presenting people have a very similar story of their mom not giving them what they desperately needed from their mom, like either support emotionally or like just believing in what they're going through and empathizing with it, or my mom still scoffs when people are like, yeah, that person, they're married but they don't want to have kids, and I'm like, yes, mom, like, some people have 3 jobs just to pay rent and have food. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody has a corporate job, nor does everyone want it, because like, having a corporate job might have money, but that doesn't necessarily mean freedom in the sense that you're thinking of. You might be thinking of like really fancy vacations and shit, but like there's a lot of chains with working for a corporation, and it's just like, I feel like a lot of your soul gets lost too. I'm sure there are corporations that are less soul sucking, but like, not everybody wants to get married and have kids, or not everybody wants to get married. Well, not everybody wants to have kids, right? Maybe people want to have kids but not be married. There's a whole bunch of different combinations. You know what I mean? But especially like, I can't get an abortion. Why would I risk getting pregnant with a dude that may or may not last once I get pregnant? Right? Because lots of dudes just love to dip, right? Why would I risk being that financially broke? Plus, putting my body on the line for 9 months because, like, I don't know if everyone's gonna hire a pregnant lady, right? Especially when you're like closer to the date, right? Although I've had friends at work, and I worked at a pub, worked all the way up until they started labor. Like, they almost went into labor at work. And I was just like, holy shit. Like, somebody had to like drop everything and drive them. But yeah, it's just like, I don't think I don't think any of us should work all the way up until we're about to bust wide open, first of all. And I don't think we should all work until like we get into one step into the grave. But if people want to do that, fine. But I want us to be able to exist without having to do that, Like, I don't want grandmas and grandpas at Walmart all the time. Like, can't they just be at home reading a book or something? There's so much uncertainty in the world right now, and people don't realize that they can't afford certain risks now with everything is changing. Yeah, I'm trying to fix my online footprint. Trying to fix my online footprint. Sorry, my ears. I pick at my ears a lot. I need at least 30 years of coherence so I can catch up on anime. Are you trying to watch One Piece? What are we trying to watch here? Are you trying to watch all of Dragon Ball and One Piece and God, what are the other long ones? Fuck. How long is Attack on Titan? Man, I cannot believe One Piece. How many fucking episodes? That's just insane. Or absurd, sorry. Yeah, that's the plan. One Piece, Sailor Moon, Inuyasha. My retirement is gonna be busy. I didn't like the newer art style of the new Sailor, what, the Crystal? There we go. They're like a little way too skinny. I hope they don't try to remake Inuyasha. Oh, I don't acknowledge Crystal. Okay. Yeah, Crystal was like... I didn't like how that happened. Way too skinny. Like, I appreciate how in Sailor Moon, they still look like kids, you know? Although I do think it's weird that in Japan, like, for example, you know, Pokemon, it's like a bunch of kids just traveling the world by themselves. A little weird. But also, like, battling adults that are being fucking assholes to kids. Just like an adult, like, randomly in a field somewhere, and then you're gonna battle them, you know? Art style is highly stylized, but it doesn't translate in animated form. 3 hours to eat this. 2 hours and 15 minutes. My nose is itchy too. So we have a little bit of crispy pieces. That's a bone. It's a bone. So sorry this wasn't very munchy ASMR. But that's partially my fault because I waited too long. You're getting your money's worth? Yeah, Jollibee's expensive. Holy shit. If you just get the 2-piece chicken, like the Korean one, it's like, I'm in Texas, so I don't know if the prices change wherever, but it's like $8 before tax. So each piece of chicken is $4. This is a $4 piece of chicken. You know? And if you get it as a meal, then it's 12, except my drink was like a special drink, so there was definitely an upcharge that I don't remember how much it was. Yeah, but I tried the mac and cheese for the first time. Good shit. I really like their fries because usually they're pretty generous, so. They're pretty generous, they taste good, but mostly it's because they're generous. It's because they're generous. Yeah, but my mom wants me to bake cod later. I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like There are a lot of people, because like online people exist offline too. I just feel like a lot of people are not very concerned, or not as concerned as they could or should be. And I know a lot of people that don't watch the news, which I don't really watch like centralized news either, because I get most of my news from here. Not necessarily Hassan Abi or Hassan, because I don't know if it's Hassan or Hassan. But I think he's like doing a funsies event today. So he's not doing newsy stuff today. People are just living their lives for real, and it gags me because how are you functional? I feel like everyone's dissociating. Which fair. Like I can't really be mad at that. So because if it's not dissociating and they just don't give a fuck, then I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like, how can you not care about what's going on right now? There's so much going on. But like their algorithm could be like drastically different, right? I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Yeah. Every time I go outside and I don't see masks, I'm like, I don't know what we're doing right now. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I'm so happy when I see someone with a mask. You know what I mean? And I kind of have like a resting bitch face that you can't really see because when I go outside, I'm wearing a mask and the glasses. Because I'm super paranoid of like retinal scanners right now. And maybe that's like too much of like a paranoia thing. But I don't care. I'm gonna wear sunglasses. So I have a theory that people aren't in tune with who they are deep down, probably due to the stigmatization of literature and the arts. People aren't introspective, and that translates to the outside, just not thinking deeply about. Yeah, I hate it when people say it's not that deep. Oh, that kills me every time. I hate it. I hate when people are like, it's not that deep. And I'm like, it is though. It is. Like everything was related. Like things don't happen in a vacuum. Things compound on each other like interest, you know what I mean? Like, how can you not be concerned? Especially if you exist the way you exist, because most of the people I know exist in a way that is not like white supremacist friendly. Like they're not a cishet, neurotypical, able-bodied, rich landowning white guy. You know, like they're not the whole thing, right? They might be rich in a guy, but they're still not white. You know, they might be rich and straight, but they're still Asian. You know, it's not my fault. You have the the mental depth of a puddle. I really like that. That's a fucking banger. I love that. Okay, hold on. Let me just. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you, Siri. No. Siri, can you go to bed? No need to apologize? Okay. Thank you, Siri. Oh, good night, Siri. Okay. Sorry. I lost my brain somewhere. Yeah. There are certain chats that I don't like sitting in because it's just like, it's a lot of that energy. They just want to, they only care about whatever it is that they want or they're entertained by. And they don't think about, like, I don't know, the life that someone's leading. Like let's say they're watching some sort of skit or whatever. They're not thinking about the life of the person in that skit outside of this context of whatever the fuck that skit is about. You know what I mean? Just like people don't think about, like, hey, that person sitting next to you on the bus could be disabled and you're not wearing a mask. So people don't think about how our actions impact people outside of the people we directly impact, because that person you talk to at the bank is going to talk to somebody at the grocery store, is going to talk to somebody at the dentist, is going to talk to somebody, you know what I mean? One of those people could have had COVID and then, you know what I mean? Or they're going to, like, go home to someone and they caught something and now that person's going to not have a good time, you know? People do want to create and ponder and think deeply, but it's hard to do that when you don't actively work your analytical muscles. They don't want people to be creative because it encourages positive development that doesn't benefit capitalism. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure. Well, I'm not sure. I hope. I hope we collectively figure some shit out that is not capitalism. Like, we obviously are nowhere near it. The anti-capitalist wet dream is still a dream. You know? My grandmother talks all the time about how music was a tool for education and revolution in her country. And look at the state of our music industry. No one is writing songs about anything that matters, so no one thinks that anything matters. Not a fan, by the way. Ate, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not the ate in this situation, but okay. But okay. Because Audrey calls me ate, and I'm pretty sure I'm her ate, but I'm not so sure about you. Wait, not a fan of JOLLIBEE? Listen, I'm not a fan of KATSEYE's label. So, it's too salty? Oh. Does ate mean... So, ate is the word for older sister, but unlike other Asian cultures, it's not gendered. So, like, ate across the board. So, like, Kuyasai can call me ate, but also a girl can call me ate. Like, it's not gendered. Like in Korea, boy says nuna, girl says 언니. We don't have that gendered thing. They say eat it with rice. They had mac and cheese. Your kid likes mac and cheese? It was pretty good. I liked it. Bruh, just play along. I'm like the young, cool. You'll be Young Kuya. That should be your stage name. Young Kuya. I'm gonna use that on my Filipino friend and freak him out. Yeah. I forgot the word for younger sibling. We have a word for younger sibling, right? Because I'm only thinking of the Korean word right now. Yeah, I can't think of it. They had a huge poster at our JOLLIBEE. I asked Ethan who is his type. He got stupid shy. Aww. Maybe he's not thinking about that yet. Or maybe he's like, well, they're all really pretty. I can't just choose one because that's going to make the rest of them feel bad. You know? Mom sometimes gets her stuff with rice and I'm like, you can cook rice at home, lady. What are we doing? I wonder who's going to take the poster home after the promo ends, right? So they had one promo with like all the well, they had two promos with all the ladies on it, right? Then they had one with just like it's like a close-up shot of like the chicken burger and the two-piece chicken and like a bucket and like somebody's mouth, right? So and then they have like a little Instagram thing, but I think the Instagram thing is just like just Instagram. It's not necessarily KATSEYE. So I was thinking about it, but my mom's not very good at taking pictures. So I just took a picture of the poster and like, you know what I mean? Just in case I like need it for a video or something, like if I put a thumbnail on this. So, yeah, but now it's hot in here. We finished our food! 2.5? Almost 2.5 hours. Oh, minus the skin. We could try crisping it up, but I feel like it's gonna burn. Oh! Okay, that one had a little bit of crisp. Don't drink alcohol if you're not old enough to drink alcohol. I'm not. Oh shit, you still smell good. I'm old enough to drink. I have another Filipino guy friend, and I'm pretty sure I'm older than him, and he does the same thing. So I was like, y'all just like doing this to me. Calling me fucking ate. Okay. I'm just gonna pour some in here to try to, I guess, rinse the guava. So this is a white peach flavor, so I'm already fucking up the flavor because I'm like mixing it with the remnants of this guava drink. Okay. My plan worked. It's like getting some of this, the residue. Residue? It's probably not the word I'm looking for. Rinsing the guava with soju, I'm crying. It's flavored soju though. It's white peach. So I'm sure this is gonna be a good combo. Yeah, it's not bad. That's not bad. Because I just want to get, like, there's so much, like, stuff left over. Oh, sorry. That was... I'm a very waste not, want not type of person. So I'm just like, I really want to get all this stuff that's, like, on the cup. Ah! Damn it. Okay. Well, I'm waste not, want not, so... Can we make this happen, or... Now I have bones in one corner. Ah! Wait. I guess I do smell the soy pretty heavy. Hold on. Interesting. It is quite salty. LA trip when? Oh my god. When I get a glucose guardian. You gonna go? No, I'm so broke. I only make like $600 a year, you know? If I'm gonna be like super transparent. if I went to TwitchCon, that'd be like half of my money. That's like half of what I make in a year, right? I'm like, tickets like $300. How are you alive? This house is paid for. I'm basically an unpaid caretaker for my mom and my aunt. I like do the chauffeuring, I do the cooking. Every once in a while we do some IRL Stardew. When things are broken, I try to fix them. I don't go outside. But I do need to work on insulation things. Like the temperatures are feeling like okay. So maybe next week we'll work some more on the windows that I still haven't finished. Because there's like a UV coating. But we have burglar bars on our windows. Help, why is this me? Yeah, you and I have very similar existences right now. Except I do not have endometriosis or anemia, which, oh my god, I'm so sorry. That sounds so painful. So if I ever find news or like treatments or I don't know, studies, I'm going to try to tell you first, you know. So I had like one friend with endometriosis in college. She doesn't talk about it so much now, so I don't know if it's just like managed or like she's got just way more bullshit to deal with besides the endometriosis because her ex-husband is like the biggest like sack of shit ever. But I appreciate that. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, endometriosis is like I didn't start cramping until like later in my adult life, but like I was like, fuck. So if this is cramping, like endometriosis has got to be like the worst shit imaginable. I'll be broke by Christmas if I don't get a job. What could you do? I don't really know much about LA except that everybody tries to be an actor. Have you ever thought about voice acting? You got microphones. So you got microphones and your voice has flexibility because you sing. It's a different type of flexibility. But like, you know what I mean? It's time to go live on TikTok. Oh yeah. Do you have enough followers to do that? People love music on fucking TikTok besides Korean thirst traps, you know. So when I peek at TikTok, it's usually like Korean thirst traps at the gym or Korean thirst traps like yapping or like people training for like idol groups. It's such a weird feed. So you don't have enough followers? Aw, dang. You go live and kind of just exist and people vibe with that. I need to upload content. So there might be some stuff going on with TikTok. So if you haven't already done stuff on TikTok, I don't know. Maybe focus on other video platforms. Although I don't really know how. I don't think there are any musicians at all on Kick. It's so hard to monetize on Kick. So I would definitely not really suggest that. Although I feel like you have enough of a following where Kick could be a fun experiment. Kick is better for people with an established audience and then they bring it over to Kick. So for me, Kick is not good for monetization. YouTube is also on fire right now, but like in a bad way. Oh shit. Have you tried Instagram Live, KATSEYE? It's been a while since I tried Instagram Live, but there shouldn't be any like follower minimum or maximum for that. You just fucking turn that shit on and go, you know? So, but I don't think there's any way to do it from OBS or anything, so you're just talking to your camera. There's always the original live busking. Oh, that's true. I don't know. Yeah, you never showed up. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've cooked a couple times on Instagram Live. So Kuyasai, much like his name, does music, in case anyone's interested. Unlike me, though, he can play instruments. So he sings and he plays instruments. You know, he can read music and shit for the most part. You know, copy the stream key, etc. OBS, blah blah blah. Oh, you gotta do it from the web. Ugh. Yeah, I wouldn't do all that. Just, I'm having like issues with like Instagram things right now, so but kind of like with the social media landscape, I don't know if you care about Fourth Wall or Patreon. I'm almost positive you can stream from Patreon. I know for real you can at least host a couple videos on there. I don't read music. I'm blind. You too famous. Oh my god. Kuyasai, if I could play guitar, if I could understand guitar music and make that shit happen, I would. You know what I mean? But after I got COVID, like I haven't really sung the way I used to because I'm like afraid. Because I really thought I was gonna lose my voice when I got COVID. So we sing here and there and you know, hum and shit, but like yeah. Like if I can get music to there's one song from K-pop Demon Hunters that I wouldn't mind learning on piano, and if I ever understand guitar. It's just guitar is so hard for my brain to wrap around. Or maybe if I can learn how to play it on a kalimba. I don't know how well received that could be though with a kalimba, but a kalimba is like easier to carry around. I lost my voice for 3 years, ruined my Twitch career. Gotta try ukulele. You know, ukuleles do really intrigue me. A, form factor, small. You know, you have to relearn how to use your voice. I do warm up exercises every once in a while. There are like 2 or 3 videos of like lead vocal exercises that I really appreciate. Ethan doesn't sing as well anymore because of puberty. Well, I mean, it happens. I hate ooks because I suck at it. I feel like I need to really research before I get one because I really just want to get one. And I want to make sure like it's good enough. So. But yeah, I like ooks because like, you know, it's easier. Well, it's easier to hold. Like it's smaller. I feel like it might be easier with the fingers too. So I had to retrain my voice, relearn how to speak. Oh my god. I'm gonna steal my nieces. Don't steal from the children. No, but have you thought about like, I don't know, some sort of brother brought her a nice one, never used. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should go to a pawn shop. Although I'm not really sure how common an ukulele would be. Because it's not like a... People usually pawn like super duper expensive things. So, you know. Yeah. Have you ever... I know you said you had your own like limitations and stuff, but I really think like some sort of like musical coaching would be good for you. As far as like how to express and present and you know what I mean? Because a lot of music is like, yes, the theory and learning and blah, 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 but like, I feel like confidence is also a pretty big part of it too, you know? And you can't necessarily teach confidence, but I feel like you can give strategies and like, I don't know, help people improve upon it or something. I feel like that's a really good strength that you have because you are a very like engaging and entertaining person, but you're, like you never really end up monologuing on stream like like I do 80% of the time. Minus today and a few other times, you know what I mean? I'm usually just monologuing on this shit. So, can't teach people who have angelic buttery voice. Eat butter doesn't work. Yeah, because like, let's see. I'm trying to think of a way of anecdoting this. There's some people who have like really great voices, like beautiful, bold, whatever, blah blah blah. But when they sing, especially if it's not their song, it's like the way they're expressing the song isn't really evoking emotion, or like it doesn't make you like, you can objectively be like, oh, that's a really great voice, that's a beautiful vibrato, wow, they're good at sustaining notes without cracking, but it doesn't like make you feel anything. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like you're the person who can teach people how to evoke emotions. Truth is, I hate my voice. Oh, God, that sounds so stuck up. You know what I mean? Like, when I hear somebody okay, there's one song, I didn't watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm waiting for the hype to die down. I don't give a fuck about hype. There's one song from K-pop Demon Hunters I really, really like, and it is not one that everyone keeps on singing. Like, everyone sings the Soda Pop song and the I'll Be Your Idol or the Golden song, but no one's singing the duet. No one's like going ape shit over the duet. The duet is beautiful. The duet is beautiful. And the first time I heard it, I cried. I was like, oh my God. I was like, oh my God, I want to learn this song. I didn't feel that way about a lot. I haven't immediately felt something from a song in a really long time. And I was like, oh my God. Like, even thinking about it, like I get choked up. It's such a nice song. Doesn't sound good to my ear, but people like my scam. Oh my God. I want the girl part better. I sing the duet, but it's too fast. I'm not trained. I think you told me that before, yeah. I just say I use a voice filter and an auto tune. Like, I like that, there's enough, like, it's not flat, like there's stuff going on. The guy's part is different, like there's some rapping there, and you know what I mean, like it's interesting, right? And it makes you feel something. I like really like that about that song, but I didn't like, I don't like hype. I don't like hype. So the dude's part is rapping. Yeah. The dude's part has rapping, and I was like, okay, I'm okay with this. And I've heard part of like what people have been saying, like, they didn't need to make it like a romance. And I agree, like they could have just been friends. Like, it would have been fine either way, to either make it a romance or just make it like, because they came both from like a traumatic like backstory. So they had common trauma, right? So it didn't really need to be romantic if that's what they were trying to like lead it towards for the audience. But anyway, heteronormativity or whatever. But yeah. So I got everything I needed to know from the Wikipedia or the fandom or whatever. I don't need to watch the movie. The only contextual whatever I got was when I was watching the videos, the music videos. So that's all the context I got, and I was able to understand everything. So, you know, I'm concerned about what Halloween's gonna look like, just in case people dress like demons, because at that point, I feel like, is that okay or is that appropriation? Because I don't know anymore. So, not that I think that people are gonna be able to get a hanbok like that, to be quite honest with you, but the people who will go out of their way to do that, because I'm sure there's people like that, I'm just like, I'm wearing shorts, chat. So just in case. And that's just like primordial pooch. I'm not preggers. Just need to clarify. People dress up like the Demon Slayer character, so I think it should be okay. Yeah, I hope. I do like that type of hanbok, and like what I remember from manhwas, because I read a lot of interesting manhwa, and like usually Grim Reapers do look like that, but they're demons. They're not Grim Reapers, so it's very interesting. But anyway, I'm just gonna throw the trash away. You're just coming along for the ride. I like the dress we got. I think it's cute. Should we just throw out this trash already? Probably. Sorry, my house is really dark. There we go. We slightly better. Oop, I mean Demon Slayer, like the anime. I realize now that there are multiple Demon Slayer-esque properties now. By the way, what did you want to learn in music? How to play guitar. Because I like touch and go with guitar, because I'm like, I have a hard time reading that type of music. And so I'm just like, I'm like always trying to fiddle with my fucking fingers, trying to like place them the right way. I'm just gonna take this trash out because, yeah. Usually I break down the box so it doesn't take that much room, but I'm like, I can't be bothered right now. Like, reading the tabs is like hard for me. I grew up playing piano, and flute and stuff, so like I can read that type of music pretty easy, but like the guitar stuff, I'm like, what the fuck? The guitar shit is like, oh my god, I don't fucking know what's going on. And then I don't know if my guitar is just too big. So, okay, you can probably take the sunglasses off now. And that took forever. But it was good. I suck at guitar. I could have sworn you play guitar though. It might be better to memorize the chords, scales, and then just read the chords written out. Okay, I'm gonna get that strat. Oh yeah, if you touch the screen, it'll do stuff. For the amount I play, I just like the instrument. I might take lessons. Ooh! Yeah, that sounds good. Oh wait, I forgot about this fork. And I forgot about my nasty ass napkins. Let's get rid of those too. I'm wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts, and flat is justice. So remember, flat is justice. Oh my god, that's so fucking bright. Ugh, god. Yeah, our house is like really dark. Really, 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 really dark. Ugh, like my soul. Remember, I play by ear. In case you want to tell your viewers what kind of scam I am, but I am mainly an untrained singer. Listen, you're the one telling chat right now, not me. You're the one telling chat. Shorts. I game with no pants all the time. OMG. I guess we can do some dishes while we're here, because that would be
me showing you how to be a responsible adult, I guess, or something like that. It's just this fork that we need to wash. Oh yeah, we need to make sure that these are clean too. So my mom likes to do this thing where she puts these in the recycling bin. Recycling bin doesn't give you any money. There's a place that pays for scrap metal, but I'm just like hoarding a bunch of cans before we go. I'm gonna try to do that this week. Like I really want to do a lot of stuff this week. I have books that need to go to half price books for pennies on the dollar. And then I would like to also get these to the whatever, but I need to check my electronics because I have like very old electronics and I need to see if I can ensure that there is nothing on them before we e-cycle them, because the scrap metal place will also pay for electronics. So I didn't know they would take whole cans. I thought it was just like the pull tabs. Yeah, so the place I'm going to, they take the cans, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. Because, like, yeah, it's recycling, let's go, but also capitalism, and I need to survive it. So, you know, um, it might not, it's probably not going to be like a whole lot of money, but it's something. And if I give my recyclables to the city, they're not going to give me money for it. I'm going to go give my cans to the people that are going to give me some. But also a reminder, wasps like sugar and protein, according to some online sources I found. So just make sure wherever you have trash or recyclables, there's no traces of protein or sugar. Wasps also really like my hand sanitizer. Everything comes to life. Oh my god, scary. Scary. Things with stingy things, frightening. Not a fan. Definitely not a fan of oh yeah, we need a yeah, there's only like I should just put this like itty bitty bit in a container or something. Do we have any tiny fine, we'll just keep it in there. BRB, I will probably be here, so. Ugh. She wants me to bake it. Ugh. I wonder if I should just bake them right now since we're already here. What time is it? Oh, it's already 4. How many pieces of fish? Let me see. Duck. Primordial pooch. Yeah, that's where the shorts are up here. Baked cod. I don't know if she just like saw a recipe or what. Ooh, capers? Interesting. Okay, so I kind of had like a pretty good idea. Okay, So lemon grass marinade fish. Grilled. No. Okay, I have an idea. We could just like bake the fish now because like I just don't want to be bothered with it later. So, I'm going to defrost some ginger. So this is some ginger that we prepared a while ago and it's frozen. So before we use it, we're gonna let it hang out. We're gonna let it hang out. Which means I can probably drink more soju. Or maybe, I don't know, perhaps. So we'll probably change the title so people don't get mad, right? Because we're not mukbanging anymore. Plus it wasn't very ASMR-y because I waited too long and it wasn't crispy. So I kind of feel bad about the non-crispy situation. We do ASMR whisper trigger streams every once in a while though. But that's usually when I'm in bed and playing Reverse 1999. So if anyone's interested in that, that's usually like DGen hours Central Standard Time. So if that's your thing, we do that. But yeah. So, and again, this is just a tight-fitting dress, and I have too much ass and just enough boobs, so that's why it's fitting this way. I think I gotta head out because I stayed up all night playing Hades 2. Ooh, it was nice to catch another stream. Oh my god, I'm so glad you were here. Thank you so much for hanging. It was nice talking with you. Ooh. I'm gonna look up that dish later. Hello. Oh my god, my nose. I need to turn the fan on. Okay, let me wash my hands. So this is probably where we're gonna start monologuing because I tend to monologue in the kitchen. Wait, there was a green name? What? You look very beautiful in that dress. Oh, thanks, Jimmy. I hope you have a good rest of your Sunday. OMG, thank you. You too. Feel free to stop by later. I might still be here. Might still be here. All right, so usually when we have an OBS stream, there is a little bit of lagging that happens when we're in the kitchen. So just FYI, if that happens, you know. Okay, so I need to get into the manager, whatever the fuck thing, so I can change a few things because I don't want people to be mad because of the title or whatever. So Oh my god, can you? Okay, Twitch, just no, I need the stream manager for this one. Oh my god. Channel mod view. There we go. Okay, are you gonna let me change the title or not? Clip. Okay. All right, everybody. The camera's gonna go away for a little bit, but I'm here. I just need to change information. So just okay. We should be back now. Yeah. Okay, good. Yay, it worked. Oh my god. Sometimes I don't know. Okay. So we're gonna wait for this ginger to defrost, right? Ginger sounds like a good idea. We also should have some lemongrass left over. So we're gonna use some lemongrass. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we have lemongrass, ginger, and some onions that look like they've been in the fridge for a while. So for those of you who may be lurking and were watching me eat shit, I also cook shit. I mostly cook shit on this channel. And it's Filipino American History Month. So kind of like all the time I'm usually cooking Filipino food. But today is just going to be one of those days where we're winging it. So my mom wants baked fish. Cool. Fantastic. I think I'm going to try to like salvage as much of this as I can. So we're going to take the outer pieces that are obviously not that great, and we're going to take them off, and we're going to put them in. I'm going to make a new bag for a compost collection, right? So the parts that are definitely not okay, and like, you know, parts that, you know, you might not want to eat. Not necessarily like they're like bad, but you probably wouldn't want to go out of your way to eat them either. Right? So anything that's like super dry, like this, or like it doesn't really have any resistance anymore when you like try to deal with it. All right. If we need to change tripods, we will, but for the most part, I think we're okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's about as... Lighting is okay. All right, let me get a knife. So I'm not going to use garlic with fish. I feel like that's kind of heavy. But like ginger and lemongrass and green onion kind of sound like a good way to go. So that's what we're going to try. There's some resistance here, but okay, that's what I wanted. I wanted the outer, like there's like an outer skin. Okay. And usually I do try to save green onions, but I just don't know if I want to try to save these. We could try though. And by save, I mean grow them in grow them in a glass on like near the windowsill. Okay. Yeah, let's try to save them. So since I'm like, you know what? Let's try to save. Let's do like this much. We'll put into the water glass with the other existing stock. Okay, can you stand, please? There we go. Okay, and so I'm just gonna okay. Squeaky. You could use scissors if you have like food scissors, which we do have, but I'm not. Okay, I think this is good. Okay, I'm gonna put these, I'm gonna mise en place these in a container of sorts. It's just so little, so. Okay, cool. Okay, so we got that. We're waiting for the ginger to defrost, and now we're gonna fuck with the lemongrass. So this lemongrass has been in the fridge for a while. So it's looking kind of beat up. So I'm obviously gonna take away the outer pieces that just really don't look that good. We're gonna cut off the tip. Let's see. So lemongrass is for flavor, but I would not like swallow it. It doesn't have the greatest mouthfeel. It's just for flavor. Okay, so you like beat it up or grind it up, and you know put it into a paste or whatever. Mom didn't say anything about saving the end, so I'm not gonna try. We will have to get like a different knife to kind of like beat this up a little bit. So like this still looks kind of not that great. So I'm gonna maybe take off that part that doesn't look good. Yeah, this looks acceptable. That looks acceptable. It's okay. So this looks a little, but I'm sure it's fine. And then we'll later take off a little bit off the ends, but for right now we're focusing near the root and that kind of like part of the skin. So the outer I guess husks or whatever leaves we're gonna take off. And then I'm gonna take off the end either by yeah, it's not gonna pop off. All right, so we're gonna pop that off. And again, the inner part, my hair. Oh my god. It's because my hand's in the. It's hard to autofocus. Okay, you know what? There. Looks okay. When I'm not using straight up the Twitch app, I can zoom, but when I'm not, like, I can't zoom, so. All right, and then this one too, because these are, when did I did like, I think the Sanung or Sung Na Tung or something. It was like a pork, Vietnamese like pork, with like a marinade, like a lemongrass marinade, and that's why we had gotten some. There we go. Okay, you look good. I'm still just gonna do like a little quick rinse, you know, to be safe. Okay, and so the ends are also kind of, you know, not the greatest looking. So maybe we'll cut off that much. I don't want to like do this individually for the whole thing, but yeah, yeah, you're not looking good right there. So let's just do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Okay. That's fine. Here. Let's look at this one. Let's see. Okay, so these kind of look not great up to this point. So I don't want to use a food processor, so we're just gonna kind of try to do as much as we can without involving a food processor. You know, maybe. Okay, I think that's good. So now I'm gonna get a different knife, and we're gonna close this dishwasher just because, in case like things fly into it. This might be noisy. Oh, is that not gonna work? Hold on. There we go. It like helps get the flavor out, and you can definitely smell it better when you beat the shit out of it. Oh my god! Oh my god, eat it, dads. Hello. I'm so sorry because that might have been really loud. Hello. Hi, eat it, dads.
Look at that. What a handsome photo. So for any of my chatters, I'm wearing shorts. Sorry, I'm wearing shorts. For any of the chatters that do not know Eat It Dads, Eat It Dads is a food and drink streamer. I remember well, not recently, because I have no concept of time, but at some point they did a, Dad says you're wonderful, so we're here. Oh, that's such a nice raid message. He went to like a professional place for composting. That was so intriguing. And then he did like a birthday, he always does like birthday stuff for his kids where he like blows up all the balloons. And so he got like a cool balloon blowing machine. And so we were like in the kitchen with him blowing up a bunch of balloons. But yeah, Eat It Dads is a really wonderful food and drink streamer. Oh my gosh, thank you. So if you want to give him a follow, you should. He's pretty nice. He's a pretty nice person. We like nice people here. But yeah, sorry. If anyone doesn't like loud noises, the loud noises is gonna stop really soon. So sorry. My mom wanted some baked fish. I wanted to say chicken. She wanted some baked fish. She said I didn't have to cook it until like after their dinner time, and their dinner time is like 6 p.m. So I have an hour and a half to try to make this happen. So we don't really like doing the time crunch thing, but this is a time crunch thing. So I have some ginger. Oh, thank you. I have some ginger that we prepared a long time ago because I have no concept of time. I don't know how long this has been in the freezer, but it still looks good, so I'm sure it's fine. We're waiting for that to defrost a little bit. So it's going to be lemongrass, ginger, and some green onion, and I think that'll be good for baking it in. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to make a paste. So I'm gonna just pretend to do the same thing like how I steam it and like put stuff on the bottom and stuff on the top and just hope it infuses, right? So I don't really have necessarily a recipe to go off today, but it just sounded like a good idea. Plus this lemongrass was kind of on its way out in the kitchen. So that's why we're using this. Also, these green onions also looked in kind of bad shape, and so that's why we're also using them. But yeah, my name is Belle. I should probably introduce myself. My name is Belle. I'm Filipino American. It is Filipino American History Month. All of us fuck up the H. A lot of us will say it's heritage, but it's history. Most of us fuck up the H. It is Filipino American History Month. So we don't have any Filipino recipes necessarily today, but we use lemongrass in our food from time to time. So this is not something we always have, but yeah. Are you a cutting board? I am not. I am not. I feel like there's a joke coming. Also, what Mr. Phoenix dog? But yeah, Lou. God, I was about to call you all sorts of other names. I was like, Leo, no, that's not it. It's a 3-letter word. It's not that. So if you need to like, getting on to something else, like feel free to scurry. That's fine. Cause you're chopping up my heart, Lamau. Call me Mix. P Dog is my spouse. I'm not username creative. Okay. Mix. Oh wait. I'm lurking a little while I pack boxes and figure out an OBS situation. Oh yeah. I was I was OBSing like for the past 4 days. So I understand. I understand. Oh my gosh, Twitch. Oh my gosh, Twitch. No, what's wrong, Twitch? No. Twitch just like shit itself right now. Twitch? Twitch? Oh my god, that's not good. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at my stream from a browser. Not now. Okay. Let me just make sure you're still here. Twitch.tv/me. Are we still here? Opt out. Okay, we're still here. Or it looks like we're still here. Oh wow, my captions. Cute. Okay. All right. So we're still here. Thank God. Thank goodness. Because I wasn't sure. The app just like crapped out on my phone. And that's how I was like looking at you. My name is Belle. I don't usually do super duper noisy things. I'm so sorry. The noisy stuff is about to be done. It's easier to like get the essence and like aroma of lemongrass by pounding the shit out of it. So that's why we're doing this, but it's almost done. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Pounding is over. If you know, sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to like hurt anyone's ears. Twitch has been going through it the last couple days. Oh. I was unaware. Also, I'm gonna have to wash all of this. Oof. Okay. Whoops. Wash all of this. Okay, that. Where's my soju? Oh, don't drink if you're not old enough to. I have leftover soju and like residue. I drank a drink from JOLLIBEE and I'm like trying to get all the stuff out. So I want to like wash it down with soju. But don't drink if you're not old enough to like legally do so wherever it is that your body is residing right now. I.e., if you're old enough to drink in Texas, but you're in a place where you're not old enough to drink, doesn't matter if you're from Texas and old enough to drink in Texas. Although I think if you're old enough to drink in Texas, you're probably old enough to drink like everywhere. So, but yes, we're still working on infusing the residue from this. So we have the fish in the fridge. Here we go. I tend to multi-tab, folks. I love on low volume to make sure they get the extra watch. And it's funny because if I hear one go, uh-oh, what's Twitch doing? Then surely the rest are about to say the same. Lamau. Yeah, we had a friend. Last night their stream like borked itself. And then the, like the not like this screen, it looked a little cursed. So I don't know if that was just because whatever, but their internet went out, so it was like an internet thing, but still it was weird. Ugh. But let me see. How are we gonna do this? Do we want to use my cute little tray I bought? Oh, yes. Yes. Why can't you just close containers? Okay. So we're gonna try to bake inside the convection oven. This is a tray we got at Daiso not that long ago. It is very cute. I love it. And we're going to use it for the fish situation. I live in Canada where there are only 2 monopolies that own all the towers. So if someone's internet gets weird, half the country is probably going to get weird. Unless it's weather related, which happens a lot too. Oh my god, that's terrible. I'm gonna... Okay. How long to bake cod? 350. Oh my god, bitch. Thickness, 10 minutes per inch of thickness. Okay, that's fine. 10 minutes an inch. Yeah, we get a lot of the power goes out if the wind is blowing the wrong direction. But I'm in Texas, so we have a lot of problems. That's just one. Okay, I'm not gonna... Do I want to packet it? I probably want to do each one as its own, right? I have to wear gloves. Okay, hold on, cables. Because I don't want dead fish juice on things. I don't know, does she... I don't think I want to put turmeric on these. We usually coat our animal proteins in turmeric and oh god. And stuff, but we're not gonna do that. I just don't feel like that's kind of appropriate with our situation today, so we're not gonna. But yeah, like, you know, in most situations with our proteins, we do turmeric. That's what she said, Lamau. Okay. Oh, how defrosted are we? I just kind of got it out, so. But how much ginger do we want in this situation? Let me Oh yeah, there's a dessert in the fridge that I need to get rid of because it is probably not safe to eat anymore. Then I can use the cup for mise en place. There we go. So these cups are from. There was a dessert at Costco, like a 6-pack tiramisu that came in cups. Chris Hangry has these cups too. I was like, yo, did you get dessert at Costco? So I'm in Nova Scotia, where the once public electric company and thus an entire monopoly was sold off by a conservative government. Unsurprising somehow. So now it's held together by saltwater taffy and corporate goodwill. Oh my god. Oh my god. Monopoly. I'm so sorry. I don't know much about Nova Scotia. I'm only like familiar with Vancouver because I've been there. And I know Toronto is not near Vancouver. So not very well versed in geography. I'd have to look at a map. Maybe some more. There's definitely some frostbite here. Or is that what freezer burn? God, sorry. Freezer burn? I don't mind, but I'm sure some of you might. So like if that's something that makes you uncomfortable, then you know, do you. But I'm okay with this, and I'm pretty sure they care. Like they don't care. Vancouver is the opposite coast of me. Yeah, I like Vancouver, but of course, you know, I was there. I've been to a lot of different shopping type areas, but also there was I think at some point we passed through like an open market and like there was mangosteen and I was like, oh my god, they have it looked fresh. It could have been frozen. I don't know. I didn't touch it. So, but I was so impressed. I was so impressed that they had mangosteen because like it is so you cannot get fresh mangosteen in America. So I just don't know if it was fresh. It looked fresh. It did not look frozen. So I'm where the sea shanties live. I can drive into Maine. Oh wow! In about 6 hours after I go around the Bay of Fundy. Highest tides in the world. Interesting. Or if I had a good boat, I could be in Austin in about 5 hours. Boston in about 5 hours. Oh, man, traveling by boat seems like such a cool concept. Maybe not in like the 17 and 1800s or whatever, but like now. But yeah, it is Filipino American History Month, so when I make Filipino food, I'll be like, this is definitely Filipino food. You know, there are a couple things I do want to make, but I have to do a little bit more preparation for it. Especially since there are not many people in this house eating, you know. So like for desserts, if I make a big dessert or a very rich dessert, it's a little I have to make sure it's like worth it at the end of the day because you know, my whole thing is like I'm trying to minimize waste. I'm not trying to make it so like a lot of people make trendy stuff which there's nothing wrong with making trendy stuff or like fun things or whatever. But for my lived situation, it's like that's like something I can't really do. It's not practical. And I really hate food waste. Like it makes me really upset. So I try to not make myself upset. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Oh, also, again, lemongrass, it's for flavor, you know, it's for flavor, it's for aroma. You don't really eat it, okay? So like I would suggest not trying to eat it because that's a choice, and that's a choice I would highly suggest you not to make. You know, I think it's not a good choice. So I'm just gonna put that out there in case anyone gets any, you know, interesting ideas from the internet, you know, I would suggest not eating lemongrass. Okay. So we're gonna try to remember this hand is supposed to be for raw things. This hand can touch all the other stuff. All right. So what I like to do when I steam fish is that I put it on both sides, because usually for like the Chinese steamed fish recipes I do reference, they're assuming you're using just a whole ass fish, which is something we never do. we never do the whole ass fish thing. So so that's why we're kind of doing this. Man, you're thick. Okay. I think I might just, I don't know. How many inches is this? Ugh, I'm bad at measuring inches. There's a joke in there, but is that 2 inches? It's like 1.5. Okay, so let's just say 15 minutes. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere. Okay, so okay. Okay. So this little cutie, I'll try to screen cap you later. Or maybe we can try to screen cap you now. It's hard because one hand is touching dead animal. But we're gonna wrap this up. Ugh. So I usually follow, for when I'm steaming fish on the stove, it's like a ginger and scallion. Oh yeah, let me preheat that oven. Where's the bake? Bake is down here. Okay. No, it's fine. I was like thinking, well, I already have like a baking sheet kind of in the convection oven. So I don't necessarily need this pan. but you know, whatever. There's 3 pieces of fish, by the way, so maybe like this. And I'm happy because these fish fillets are, what is it? They're actually defrosted. So sometimes my mom asks me to cook things and like the fish or the whatever the meat is not like completely defrosted. And then I'm like really pissed off. Because it's like, you said you wanted me to cook this and you said it was defrosted, but it's not. Like, it's clearly not defrosted. You know what I mean? And I get really mad because I'm just like, you said it was defrosted and it's not. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be like, well, I just want to make it done. Don't tell me it's defrosted when it's not, you know? Okay. I feel like maybe some here. All right. Little flappy flap. One more. The oven is preheating, by the way. And I'll go ahead and just like do them. I'll probably do them one at a time just so I can like check them one at a time to make sure that they're okay when they're cooking. They're all about the same thickness anyway, so you know. So green onion, some ginger, and some lemongrass. And they're really thick fillets. That's nice. Yeah. Okay, I think I'll have to save this other lemongrass for like something else. I don't know what I'm gonna use it for. It really needs to get used. So hopefully, like by the end of this week, I can like figure something out because I really don't want it to like hang out in the fridge for longer than it needs to. Okay. I'll probably take this cute little chubby one because like a square. Oh, let's go. I'm not like tightly doing it because I'm okay if like some kind of steam escapes when we work this out. But I'll go ahead and put the first one in. Oh my fucking god. I already have a baking sheet like inside of here, so I'm just gonna put it on top of this baking sheet. Cool. And while we let that cook, we'll just go ahead and like hang out and maybe do some dishes. There we go. Yeah, we still have like a little bit of green onion left over. Bring the other phone closer so I can see chat better. Oh shit, hold on. Hold on. Bro, internet, what are we doing right now? Man, Stream Deck is just not wanting to work right now. So I updated it, so I don't really know what's going on. Yikes. Oh my gosh. Why am I not even seeing chat now? Hello? Okay, well, the captions look like they're working, so I'm gonna assume we're all here. All right. Everybody who came from Pixel Stream, you probably know me places like Pixel Stream. My name's Belle. I do cooking streams. I'm Filipino American. It is Filipino American History Month. All of us fuck up the H. So somebody is gonna say Filipino American Heritage Month. Other people will say Filipino History Month. It is Filipino American History Month. So there are going to be some specific things that I will try to make this month, just because I feel like in America, especially, you kind of have to like commodify a culture for people to try to start understanding it or start being like into it. So yes. So we will be like making stuff, but we're gonna make more obscure shit. So I think LA is gonna make one of the things that I want to make too, because I'm pretty sure he said, I know Lemon is, but that's because it was in her course plan. So because it's part of Lemon's course plan, she is going to make Sans Rival, or we say the S. To the best of my knowledge, we say the S at the end. And it is a meringue. There's cashews involved. It's very tasty. It looks like ice cream. It's not. So when I was a kid and I first saw Sans Rival at the store, I was like, what is this ice cream cake that doesn't melt? What is this shit? What kind of witchcraft is this? And I like, for the longest time, I thought it was ice cream that doesn't melt. I don't know how to describe that to people, obviously, because I was a fucking kid. But I was like, this has to be ice cream that doesn't melt. Like, melt. Like, how did this happen? Like, what science is involved here? What's going on? But anyway. Okay, so chat doesn't look like it's moving. So I don't know if y'all are lurking, which is completely fine, or if I need to check if there are problems later. Because I feel like maybe there are problems and I'm just not cognizant. So, but yes. And for any of my chat or my lurkers that are here, testing. Okay, cool. Thank God. Thank you. Yeah, because like I just don't know. Thank you. Sorry. We good. Okay. I appreciate it. I feel like a lot of people have been having issues, like various issues recently, so I don't know. I don't fucking know. But yeah. So we're just washing some dishes while we're waiting for this situation for the first fish to get baked, and then we're gonna check it. These are gonna be for, I guess, lunch tomorrow. But I was like, since I'm already here and I don't want to wear these clothes in my room, because I wore these clothes outside, but I already like went into my room twice with these clothes on. Because COVID is still a thing and we were outside and people were outside, I just don't want to wear clothes that were outside in my room. I need to change out of these and probably take a shower. I was like, you know what? We're just gonna do the thing that my mom asked me to do, so I don't have to think about it later. And also, we can check on if everything's okay with OBS. We tried to do Kick and YouTube at the same time earlier. No, my computer was like, no, you can't do that. So, we had to kill both of those. But that's fine. That's okay. Those are just fun experiments, And at the end of the day, I usually upload to YouTube for now until something else happens with like surveillance and things. We'll be uploading to YouTube. So, you know what I mean? And like yesterday and a half, no, like well, it was like a day and a half I spent downloading all of the VODs I had from like May to the 1st of September. That took a day and a half of just downloading. And so, like in that time I was like comparing like what was on YouTube already, and I feel like I still have duplicates, but even though I was looking in the search and like things weren't popping up, but then I looked in like what I actually had and then it would pop up. But then I would do a search in both areas. Anyway, it was just a like really weird what is it? Checking archives couple of days. Oh, I thought the sink made a weird noise. But yeah, it's been a time. So, you know. So I know a lot of people have been either avoiding, like Pixie said she was avoiding the update for a little bit. She wants to wait, until she feels like it's chill, which understandable. So she hasn't updated because I was looking at all sorts of alternatives for captions because they weren't working. Come to find out, I'm just bad at unzipping stuff or something. Because I did update it, but it was like still saying I didn't, and I was like, oh my god. So I was looking into like the way more sophisticated like Japanese ones, because there's 2 Japanese captioners that translate. And I've always been kind of like playing with the idea of using those, but like at the end of the day, just defaulting to the one that I'm using. But it was really complicated to try to get it to work. And I would have to download Google Chrome, and I had made a point to not further myself into the Google ecosystem, and I just didn't want to, but I really wanted to try these captions, so I did. But when I realized it was user error on like the download path or the installation path, I was like, bye Google Chrome. I was like, bye girl. We're not trying to fuck with you at all, okay? So I'm like trying to get out of all of your, I'm trying to get out of Gmail, I'm trying to get out of everything. You know what I mean? But I'm still like on YouTube because like everybody uses YouTube to look at videos. So I'm just like, fuck. Until there's a better situation, like all of my shit's on YouTube, right? I don't know. And we've already moved most of our stuff off of TikTok. Because the next time it shuts down, it's like way more serious. And there's no date for that according to the sources that I follow for that information. So, not really sure what's gonna happen with that. So I figure I'll, whatever happens with TikTok, like that's it. I'm on Xiao Hongshu anyway, so I'll just like get better at translating to Chinese, I suppose. You know what I mean? Because I have a video app where I can add captions to stuff, and I can add in like multiple languages. So it just gets real crowded, right? So I do have options for like not live content as far as captioning. But as far as like live content, like we're gonna stick with what we have right now until my computer decides to like poop itself. It was pooping itself a couple days ago, so I was concerned. But yeah, hopefully we're gonna be okay. But we talk a lot about the social climate and intersectionality and COVID. We talk a lot about COVID. Because COVID is still very much around, and I mask everywhere. So for the people that are new, my whole story is in 2020, I decided to stop working in the real world because I had a parent with Parkinson's. At the beginning of this pandemic, the pandemic is still going. It didn't go away. It's not like sex and it came back. You know what I mean? It's still here. It didn't go anywhere. And my mom is also a senior. So I was like, you know what, this is a little too dangerous because I worked in food and drink. I worked at pubs, I worked at restaurants, I worked in high volume situations. And I already knew, based on the clientele that I have, I already knew that people were gonna be really just throw tantrums over wearing masks. And at the end of the day, a lot of consumers at restaurants and stuff, they don't give a fuck about the servers. You know, they don't give a fuck that these people probably have children or elderly people that they probably have to financially and physically and like emotionally take care of. You know what I mean? Like their life might not just be themselves. Like all they give a fuck about is like getting their food in a reasonable amount of time. Because you know I've been definitely treated a certain way by like, because I've always worked customer service, and that's why I fucking hate customer service. And it's just, I knew it was gonna be an issue, so I was like, you know what? I don't want to have to work in an environment where like my actual existence, the customers or the patrons or the whatever, they don't actually give a fuck about it. You know, like I don't fucking need that. So okay. I know. You're hot enough. Let's go. Like I don't need to deal with that, you know, because at the end of the day, if I serve like 300 people and none of them are masking and 3 of them potentially have COVID because COVID can be asymptomatic and most people don't wear masks, that's not okay for my dad who has Parkinson's and my mom who has respiratory situation. You know what I mean? And also, I don't think people have to be like explicitly, hey, by the way, my mom has this, my dad has this. I need you to back the fuck up because that's not 6 feet apart. Like, I don't think people have to tell you, oh, I have a health condition in order for you to care about a health condition that could be anyone's health condition because anyone you meet or interact with can have COVID. The dude down the street, the bank teller, the fucking, you know, well, I'm sorry. Well, yeah. Well, anyone you can meet could have COVID because it's asymptomatic. But anyone you meet could also be disabled chronically or immunocompromised. And it's like, I don't think they need to tell you that that's what's going on with them in order for you to put on a mask. Because it could be anybody. It could be the teacher. Or the teacher could have a dependent. You know what I mean? But they teach. So by nature of their job, they're going to be around at least 30 people a day in a small enclosed room. You know what I mean? And if they're like an elementary school teacher, holy shit, you know, kids just have everything all the time as it is. So, it's like, let's say there's a teacher who gets COVID. Can't tell who gave her COVID because they're a teacher, right? But they're a teacher and they have COVID, but they also have like a 4-year-old who, you know, who's immunocompromised. Let's say the mom dies. Let's say the mom dies. And, you know, teachers don't get that much money anyway. Let's say the mom dies. What's gonna happen to that kid? What if the only next of kin is an abusive ex-boyfriend that they've been trying to like not have any kind of situation with because he was abusive, you know? So then what if it's like between going with the next of kin or putting the kid in the system because the mom got COVID and died? Like, I don't think people think about those scenarios, but that is the scenario I think about. Like, what if somebody who is the sole financial provider of a dependent, either an elderly person or a child, a minor, dies because of COVID? What happens to the dependents? Like, what if it's an elderly person, there's no other relatives nearby, they were the only person, and the elderly person is just like they can't move on their own. They always need assistance. You know what I mean? So either they're just like lying around in their fecal matter or like they're found dead like months after the fact because there was no like check. Like these are things that I think about. So so yeah. So my whole thing is like I'm on Twitch because it's the safest thing for my family. Because in where I live, it's very anti-vax. It's very anti-mask. There's definitely racism, you know, and I don't exist as a white person. You know, it's just all these things. So I was going somewhere with this, but yeah. Oh, COVID. But yeah, we talk about COVID a lot because I want this to be an actually inclusive space, which means actually thinking about the disabled lived experience. You know what I mean? To the best of my knowledge, I'm not disabled. But like I feel like when it comes to like collective liberation and things like that, people don't really think about how dangerous it is to like go to a protest of huge mass of people all close together and no one's masking. Like, yes, you're outside, but also no one's masking. So, you know what I mean? It's just I just think about that a lot in addition to what's going on with TikTok, which if you don't know what's going on with TikTok, 80% of it's going to be owned by not Chinese people and 20% is still going to be owned by Chinese people. So people who are xenophobic and xenophobic cannot like blame Chinese people anymore because 80% of the ownership is not them. And they're going to try to move us onto a US only app at some point. If you guys have not been paying attention to the news about what's going on with TikTok. So some of you might use TikTok for your food content or just to like doom scroll. But that's what's going on with that. So I don't know when that's going to happen. I've already moved most of my stuff off, so I'm not too worried. And once they try to move it, like they keep on saying like updates for the app, and I keep on not updating my shit because I'm like, this might be a trick. So I'm not updating anything. But for all the thirst traps that like stream on TikTok in East Asia, they're gonna lose a lot of their fan base. So I feel like financially this might affect the Korean thirst traps that stream on TikTok the most. I just see so many thirst trap streamers, which listen, I'm not mad at it. If it's helping them survive capitalism, do whatever you want, you know, as long as you're not harming anyone and as long as no one's being trafficked, I don't give a shit. But like I feel like they're gonna be impacted once the shit goes down or whatever. And I don't know exactly how they're being marketed the news of this information. Or like what their news outlets are doing or saying or you know. But yeah. And then what else happened in the news this week? Greta Thunberg was made to kiss the Israeli flag. That was kind of gross. The Samud flotilla was, I guess, captured is the best word for it. And there's been and will be more going forward censorship of probably a lot of media where they do critical thinking or advocate for critical thinking. So streamers like myself, not really sure what's gonna happen. At the end of the day, it's not like I'm a big account like Hasanabi or the Surfs TV or 27. It's either $27 or 27 pennies. Like I'm not like those folks that do political media as their like main media. I'm just cooking and usually monologuing. But I do talk about stuff that's actually happening in the world and how it affects me and other people as part of the global majority in a world that is very super capitalistic and very white supremacist. And I am anti-capitalist as much as I can be. You know, I need to survive it still. But and I'm also not a white person. I'm not a cishet, rich, land-owning, able-bodied, neurotypical white guy. You know what I mean? Like that's not me. And I'd like to think most of Twitch is not that. Like there's tons of white guys on this app, but they're not necessarily rich, and they're not necessarily hetero, you know? So it's just like, I would like to think that white supremacy hates most of us on this app, and that most of us, to some degree, are very, very cognizant of that, either because we're uninsured, we're disabled, we got long COVID, we're not white, we're women, we're trans, you know. Just I'm pretty sure on some surface level of acknowledgement we are not really, you know, what the fuck? Within what white supremacy and capitalism wants, you know. So I hope the best for all of us. And if we don't already have some sort of like, you know, offline community as well as online, because who knows what's going to happen with online stuff. You know, if we don't have some sort of like community or network or something, I hope we start, you know, tapping in and like making that happen. So, you know, so in the good times, you know, you have a support system, but also if some shit goes down, you have trustworthy people to contact and check in with, and you know, everything else. You know, so I want that for all of us. I want all of us to comfortably survive capitalism, and I want all of us to, you know, be able to exist without scrutiny of how we exist. We're just trying to breathe and live and buy groceries and shit, you know. So yes, you know, there's lots of global majority fucking marginalized voices on this app, but on other platforms and like in your everyday lives. So if you don't already have a mutual aid practice, or if you're not already like listing, I don't know, or sharing information about other mutual aid requests or fundraisers or whatever, I would, you know, encourage it. I'm trying to think of words, fucking English right now. So English was my first language, by the way. So, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna open up the first one because I didn't open it yet because I wanted to like let it kind of rest for a bit. Okay, so the second one's almost done. We're just gonna open up the first one to check. I don't know. I feel like we need to cook you a little bit more. It said like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 10 minutes an inch. That's okay. So the other one is probably not. I don't want to put them all in at the same time. Maybe that's what we need to do, though. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna set them up. The timer's about to go off. I'm gonna set them up, and we'll do. So we'll do another 10 minutes. And then we'll do another 10 minutes. The first two will be pulled out after the first 10 minutes. Okay. Oh. Okay. But yeah. It's been kind of like a real rough, like, past month or so with the news cycle. Which I guess is kind of a silly thing to say because I live in Texas, you know. It's like we have new bullshit every day. So, you know, but yeah, I just feel like the past week, or not week, past month has been particularly like, ugh, God, what the fuck. But there is a generic form of mifepristone floating around that should be accessible. So, like, anyone who needs an abortion pill or, you know, is considering, like, looking into how accessible that is for, you know, you yourself or friends or, you know, anyone who might need an option. You might want to look into that and how accessible it will be, or how allowed, I guess maybe that's a better way of saying it will be in your state. I haven't started digging on that. But that's one kind of like yay thing that's happened recently. So not a lot of yays recently, but some. So some is better than none. But again, I mostly monologue on here. But yeah. I was thinking about doing some IRL Stardew today because we do have a bit of compost that has piled up. And I need a shower anyway. But I just don't really especially feel like doing that right now. So we'll see. Maybe after this, like, this round of baking, maybe we'll do it. But like for right now, not especially. I kind of just want to chill and, like, I don't know, maybe drink something cold or cool or whatever. Let's see. I don't really have any other juice. We mostly, oh, we do. Okay. So we got this at Costco. So that's what calamansi looks like for anyone who, like, doesn't know. I would like to say it's a cross between, like, a lime, a lemon, and an orange. Maybe like a tangerine as far as, like, the taste, and also the inner fruit is, like, more orangey or whatever. It's small. I think I'd like to say it's smaller than a key lime. But yeah. So what I'm gonna do, since we still have, like, the residue, I'm saying residue, I'm sure maybe that's not what I should be saying. The remnants of, I guess, this whatever guava concentrate stuff they were using for the guava frozen drink at JOLLIBEE. It was delicious, by the way. I just don't like how, like, there's, like, extra stuff left over. So what I usually do when I drink juices, and this might not be something you like to do. By the way, I'm not pregnant. That's just primordial pooch, okay? I'm just shaking that up a little bit just to make sure. I cut it down with water. So this is not necessarily a concentrate. I mean, it's nectar. So yeah, it's a little bit thicker. But even if it wasn't concentrate or like nectar or something thicker, I'd be cutting it with water. Which again is like not everybody's thing. Not everybody's into that. A lot of people think it's weird. I also sometimes cut down soda, but I typically don't drink soda. So yeah, I'm just trying to get the rest of this stuff off the sides, because like I just want to make sure everything gets consumed, you know. So, but yes. Oh God. Okay. Also, I don't really drink enough water. So, oh, you know what? Let's eat a snack. Do we have any Filipino snacks I can share with you? Do we? I don't think we have any specifically Filipino snacks, but there is a snack I want to share because I'm immature. All right. So we are a 20 plus stream, but that's mostly because I talk about social issues and geopolitics and things that would encourage critical thinking. And I know some parents don't like their children thinking critically about the world. Also, I cuss a lot. So there's a lot of different reasons why I'm 20 plus. But that being said, I'm not always the most mature. This is one of my favorite snacks. It's actually quite delicious. But also it has a fun name because I'm immature. So let me scoot you back. How's the camera? Are we fuzzy from here? I feel like we're a little fuzzy. I like how it thought I said Genshin. Okay. There's a massive delay, so like I don't know when you're seeing this or if you're seeing this correctly until I see it in the camera. I think you see it. Cock the ass. So this is a Korean snack. Is this Korean, right? Yeah. Crown.kr. Beeswax, soy lecithin, coffee powder, mascarpone, cheese powder. Oh, interesting. Wheat flour, sugar, vegetable oil, lactose, egg whites. So egg friends don't eat this. People with the egg allergy. Why aren't you working, preparations? I still need to go to a Korean grocery soon because there's a type of tuna I want to get. I'm also going to be looking for anchovies. I feel like a Korean store might have anchovies. So they'll probably be dry. I need to look at the Food and Drink Creator Club to see if anyone answered my question that I just kind of like pissed into the universe about anchovies. Because I was like, how do I go about that? Does Does it matter if it's tinned or in a glass jar? Like, is that going to affect the taste? You know, are there preferred brands out there? Oh, I'm probably dehydrated. I seem very thirsty right now. Also, this is probably not the best pairing. But yeah, cop to ass. They have another flavor too. But yeah, this is the coffee one. They're pretty tasty. They're very, you know, it's like a light snack. It is a little like, because they're all individually wrapped, right? So there's like, how many in here? It's like 20 or 30 of these in here. There's 34 in here. But yeah. And earlier we ate the KATSEYE JOLLIBEE collaboration with like Korean barbecue fried chicken. It was tasty. I guess because of the color, I was gonna assume it was yum, because I mostly remembered the color of the chicken because they were all wearing red. So it's like, I don't know if they did this before, after, or during the Gabriella promotion shit, but like they were all wearing red. And so, what is it? You can get a 2-piece chicken, a 3-piece chicken, a chicken sandwich, or a bucket of chicken. So I got a 2-piece with mac and cheese. Didn't know mac and cheese was an option. Mac and cheese was fantastic. I had lacted, so we're safe, right? But it did take me like almost 2.5 hours to finish everything because like I eat and I yap and I eat and I yap. But we had a nice conversation with Art Mist about all sorts of things. Like how a lot of people just don't like to think critically or like think about how other people might exist, you know, and the consequences, or I guess the impact that we all impose on each other with our decisions and indecisions. You know what I mean? So great conversation earlier. Learned a lot about Artness. And if you've noticed that there's a lot of timed messages, a lot of it is like encouraging people to like, hey, for example, like emailing your reps. You know, you can email your reps about anything. For now, I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon because of everything that's happening. But you can email your reps about anything. I would particularly encourage people to email about genocide. You know, but you know, you can email about, you know, what's going on with our First Amendment. SCOTUS saying racial profiling is A-OK. You know, criminalizing houselessness. The budget cuts to health research. You know, irresponsible messaging regarding the mitigation of COVID. The whole anti-vax situation and how JFK Jr.'s like anti-vax rhetoric ended up with a bunch of kids in Samoa being dead. There's articles on that, by the way. You can look that up on Mother Jones. And, you know, just all this stuff. Like, someone who's clearly anti-vax should not be in charge of the health department when there's an ongoing pandemic that most people are in denial of anyway, right? So, there are all these things you can email your reps about. You know what I mean? And True, they might not do shit about it, right? They might seriously just not give a fuck. As someone who lives in Texas, very aware of that reality. You know, that you say and you do all this stuff, and the people in power aren't doing shit, or they're not moving, or they're not budging, or they don't care, right? They're comfortable. That's part of why people protest. People protest to disturb capitalism. And sometimes you'll see videos of news reporters being like, oh, we have to walk to the airport now. Like, how does that make you feel? It's like, I hate it, blah, blah, blah. But they're like forgetting why people are protesting. Like, yes, it's fucking with your flight and I feel bad for you. But you don't seem to understand that these people who are like fucking up traffic are fucking up traffic to make it so you and me have a better life. Or they're doing it to attempt so we have a better life. Because the rich people, the oligarchs, the people in power, they don't move until you fuck with their pockets. And that's why people are like, hey, don't buy shit on Thursday. Hey, join this boycott. Hey, support these people and don't support these people because these people support human rights violations, war crimes, genocide, wage theft. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of corporations out there that are really, really bad for a lot of different reasons. You know what I mean? It's probably not just one reason. You know, child labor, just exploitation across the board. You know what I mean? You know, before Twitch, I didn't know what was going on with Nestle. I didn't know how fucked up Nestle was. Nestle's really bad, if you don't know. Before Twitch, I didn't know anything about what was going on in Congo or Sudan. Didn't know. Before Twitch, I didn't really know what was going on with Palestine. But to be fair, when that hit, I was dealing with COVID. So like me getting access to that information was a little bit slower because I was dealing with COVID at that time. And I think I'm almost done with that hospital bill, by the way, which by the way, I only make like $600 a year. So like having to owe the hospital over $1,000. And like after I begged it down from like 2,000 something, you know, they can just patiently drain me of my money. They don't need all that shit at once. So and if you're like, how the fuck are you only making $600 a year? How are you living? This house that I'm in is not paid. It's paid for. It's paid off and not in my name. This property is not in my name. Should anything happen to me because I talk about intersectionality and anti-capitalism and all that stuff, I have no property to my name. There's a freedom in being poor, you know. Okay, we're gonna check these in a little bit, but these are the first two. I'm gonna set the other one for another 15. Oh, these smell good. You know what I mean? So either way, I'm gonna okay. That's just the foil, but I do not have kitchen hands. I served, I didn't work in the kitchen. The only time I was back of house is when I had to do chores and shit, or like run food, so, or like prep sauces and things, you know, normal back of house duties and chores. All right. Okay, this looks way more cooked than what we were looking like before. Yeah, you're like solidly white now instead of like looking translucent still. Not like, you know what I mean. Not like a solid color. Yeah, we look good. We look good. I'm gonna just like cover it up still though. Also, there's like juiciness. I want to make sure all that juiciness stays in there. Yeesh. There we go. Cute. Okay. Yay! Okay, let's keep on snacking and yapping. But yeah, this is a dress we thrifted recently. Because we're trying to we were looking for a cosplay or looking for something to style for a cosplay. We could probably fuck with that now that we have some time. Alright. So I have a very, 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 very casual subathon that I'm doing. Super casual. The most casual subathon you'll probably ever encounter in your life. So I have a sub goal. I have sub goals, and I also have sorry, you're fuzzy. I also have bit goals, and they are unrelated. So this is related to a bit goal that we have. I'd rather rip these seams, but I don't have a seam ripper right here, so I'm just going to try to be careful with these scissors. There we go. Let's see how much of this we can like pick off the stitching. So I just need this to be a cropped tank top. Oh. Okay, so we don't want to, okay, we don't want to take that out. My bad. We don't want to take that out. That was like a serge. So we don't want to take off the serging. Let me just cut around the serging then. There we go. So I bought this turtleneck. It's a really nice turtleneck, honestly, for about $1. Because this place does like dollar days, and it was like the dollar day. So all I really need is this for this to be a cropped no, like a cropped tank top with no sleeves. Yeah, I guess that's repetitive. A cropped tank top, a mock tank top. I'm pretty sure most of you will know the character this is supposed to be. I got purple hair dye, but it didn't really present well enough. So I didn't want to get a wig because I'm like not the best with wig maintenance. I know how to properly take care of a wig. It's just I'm really lazy when it comes to wig maintenance. So I don't really take very good care of wigs. I do have some very nice styled wigs. They're not purple. And also I would do my best to not use those in like situations where I know I'm going to be profusely sweating. Like most conventions are in summer. And so it's like really annoying. Because like, so the cons are in summer, you're wearing polyester, and then you're wearing a wig on top of it. So you're just like sweating everywhere. Under your head, like all over your back, boob sweat, you know, it's like kind of terrible, you know? So I'm cutting as close as I can to the serge without like disturbing it too much. But I do want to get close to the serge and not like leave too much on the edges. Didn't realize I was like trying to seam rip a serge. I probably should have turned it inside out first before I started doing that, but whoops, you live and you learn. So I'm sure it'll be fine. So there we go. There's one sleeve off. So let me go ahead and we'll still like use this sleeve that I cut off for stuff. Like, for example, I can probably just use it as like when I'm driving. You know what I mean? Like, we can still use this. It's fine. For example, I don't do this anymore, but I was asked to be a Moana for a children's party, and it was like a friend, right? So I did it. But now that I've learned more about like my culture is not your costume, and not everybody feels the same way about people trying to cosplay as Moana, but like now that I know more, like I don't feel comfortable doing it, so I don't. But when I was making the Moana costume, because I made it, like I was looking at the source material from Disney and like who they were, you know, talking to and stuff like that. And so, you know, I was trying to, you know, figure out what I'm going to make the skirt out of. So I made it out of the lighter colored layer was straight up muslin, and then I got like this kind of like thicker, I think red orange fabric. And then for the crop top, I got like a kid-sized sports shirt, like a 5-year-old shirt, and I cut off the neck and I used it as a tank top because I'm very flat-chested. So, you know what I mean? And then I took some paint to like paint on the seashells that were on her top. You know, her costume was still a little bit expensive. So I'm liking that this was $1 and I just need to cut shit. You know what I mean? Like I just need to cut shit, and then if I want to make it look like a tank top, I'll just like fold it and like pinch it in the back with like a clip, because most of the time you'll be looking at me from the front and not the back, right? So like this is gonna be fairly okay to style, right? And then at the end of it, I'll just have like a turtleneck crop top. I love that. So you know what I mean? Because sometimes I want to cover my neck. So, and I really like crop tops. So let me see. So we're just doing this while we're waiting for the other fish to cook through, and we're gonna, you know, visually, we're gonna check on it too, like we checked on these. Like these are fine, but I am gonna like let them hang out to like enjoy their juices and stuff before we package them up. So we do wait for things to cool before we put them in the fridge. I don't really like doing ice baths, just because, we barely use the ice. And so I don't want to make ice just to cool down food when I can just wait for the food to cool, you know? Like I'm not super pressed for it. Now, if you live in a situation where you like need to get that out of the way because you need to prep other shit, again, you do you. This is what fits for my lifestyle. If it doesn't fit for your lifestyle, that's fine. Live your life how you're going to live it. That's cool. All right. So I cut the sleeves off. And I made, like, this is 100% cotton, or at least the label says that. So that was the main thing for me, is that I wanted something that was 100% cotton. I think this is like a boy's shirt or whatever. It says 11/12. So, I didn't try it on because I got it from the thrift, so I wanted to sanitize it first. So let me go ahead and damn, that was still tight on my head. That was still tight on my head. Getting it through the... So what I could do is, like, we could, like, open up the neck. So it's, like, a little bit more comfortable. Let me see. Yeah, her turtleneck was probably not this high. We could just cut off the backside. Let me see. I need to look at it through the camera. Because I need to figure out where we're going to take it in. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe that's why they got rid of it. I didn't see that. So we could... Because it's supposed to be a crop top, right? Oh, wait, is there another? No. I was like, is there another stain? No, it's just like some shit on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I could just like fold it in a way where it looks like a crop top. I don't necessarily need to cut it more. Like, this is fine. I could do something like this. And then it's... But I don't know. Maybe I want to open up the... Maybe I want to open up the neck. So it's like easier to get in. Because I like turtlenecks, but I don't like that part of it. Like getting my head in and out of the turtleneck is like annoying. So we'll see if we want to do something about that. Because I would have to see what seam I need to break to do the least amount of damage, but still do what I want it to do. Girl, I know. Okay, I heard that break. Break. Is that the right one? Oh, I think you're the right one. We'll work on this later, but we found the right stitch to undo. Because it's like, it's separating. Like, I don't want to completely just like destroy things that I don't need to destroy. I just want to undo, I just need to unravel the right stitch. You know what I mean? Because once you get the right one, like it all start coming out. So yeah, we're good. All right, let's take it out. And then I think after that, I'll probably, because I don't know if I want to do skincare with y'all today. I feel like we've had a long time together, and then you'd have to like wait for me to like get out of the shower or whatever. So we have done skincare streams before, by the way, where you like wait for me to get out of the shower. I just feel like we've already had a lot of time together today, and that might be like too that might be too much, and some of you are like really new. So yeah, when I do the shower streams, y'all are like looking at a wall while I shower. And then once I get to the point of like having some semblance of clothing on, then we do the skincare, right? That's like usually how the skincare streams go. And it's usually we do skincare and then we do something else. Like we do skincare and then do makeup, or we do skincare and then we cook some shit. It's not usually we eat some shit, we cook some shit, and then we do a shower and skincare. We don't usually do that. So I feel like that's too much. But yeah, when I get too sweaty, I'm like way more eager to end the stream. So like right now I'm kind of sweaty and I'm like, we need to end the stream. I need to take a shower and we need to end the stream. Okay, why do you feel... Okay. This guy's going back in. Man, I even like... Sorry, I do not have kitchen hands. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, I keep on forgetting. I need attention twice. Okay. All right. So everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me while I took 2.5 hours to eat something. Then baked some fish and washed out the residue from a drink that I enjoyed with soju. Oh my god. Okay. I hope we learned a little bit about lemongrass today, or at least what it looks like. Sorry, it was very, very noisy. We sometimes do gotcha streams from our bed, and we do ASMR for that. So if you like whisper triggers, that's like another thing I do. I do a lot of stuff, but my main content is cooking and yapping about social issues until fascism completely takes over, in which case that will probably change. So, but fascism is here, just in case you didn't know already. And so if you haven't already considered it, I would say maybe kind of reevaluate your digital footprint. If you can decouple yourself from Google, I think that would be amazing, and I would highly suggest that for you. I am like a little too whatever inside of Google, but I need to do it. Like I need to de-Google. I've already made it so like histories aren't saved and locations aren't saved, and I like cleared out all of my like calendar entries for the most part and everything. But like, yeah, if you can just like de-Google your life, I feel like that would be like super good for most people. And yeah, especially if you like believe in anti-capitalism or like leftist shit or like socialist shit or fucking humanity and stuff, or like, you know, disability justice or you know, collective liberation. If you're like a, how old are you? Old enough. I don't tell people how old I am. If you're like a collective liberation type of person, you might want to relook at your stuff. I'm already thinking like I probably have to edit some things or whatever. But there's somebody on Substack. If you go to liberationtoolbox.io, you can learn about de-Googling your life and like opting out of a lot of different things, especially at the airport. Like if you don't want to get scanned at the airport, how to do that and how to be, I guess, confident about it, you know? Because it might feel, you might feel pressured when you're at the airport to like do what they say, right? Or do what they suggest. But there, you don't have to comply. So yeah, you know, you can email your reps about anything, right? Please also drink water, wear a mask. Drink water, drink water, wear a mask, wear sunblock. Holy shit, please wear fucking sunblock. Yeah, for everybody who's going to TwitchCon, please be safe. Like I don't know what's gonna be going on in LA outside, or not LA, what is it? San Diego? Whatever fucking city it is. Whatever fucking city fucking TwitchCon is this year, just be safe because there might be other stuff going on during TwitchCon that might make you a target for something because of the way you exist. So, you know, just think about it. So, and let's say you can't go to a protest. Like, let's say you and me have a very similar existence where it's like not safe for your household to go to crowded events where people are not masking. Emailing your reps. If you have money, donating money to various organizations, but especially people who are directly asking for mutual aid because they need to pay rent, they need to pay medicine, they need to pay their bills. Their husband almost died from COVID and they're trying to make ends meet. That would be Mother Gamer. If y'all want to donate to Mother Gamer, she's on Ko-Fi. Her husband almost died at work because somebody got her husband sick. That was not the only time they got their husband sick, the same person. They kept that person and they laid her husband off after physical therapy. And he came early from that physical therapy, like not feeling like at his best because they're like, you took too much time off. You need to come back to work. You know what I mean? Like capitalism kills all of us in various ways. If not your spirit, it can physically kill you. So your life is always going to be worth more than what you contribute to capitalism, how you contribute to capitalism, and how much you contribute to capitalism. Your worth should not be tied to capitalism. Your worth should be inside of you. And we're all groomed to think of how much we're worth within capitalism. So it's hard to like break your mind from that, you know? But if your worth is tied to other shit that has nothing to do with you in the first place, if an earthquake happens, a sinkhole happens, some shit goes down with your company, do you not have any worth anymore? Your worth was always here, you know? It was always inside of you. So you have to be a person that you're okay with even if you don't have money, even if you don't have a job title, even if you don't have prestige, even if you don't have that tax bracket. You have to be okay with yourself. With or without that shit. Because that shit shouldn't define you. But anyway, enough monologuing. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. So, I mean, hopefully. I don't know if I can raid today. Oh, can I? Hello, Twitch? Like, Twitch shat itself, like an hour ago. So, I want all of you to know that I want all of you, all of us, to survive capitalism and live good lives and be able to afford living, to be able to afford a place to live, to be able to afford medicine and going to the dentist and getting a deep cleaning because those bitches are expensive. And, you know, if we need to see someone for like mental health, that we do that without being put on a list or being targeted for some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I hope we can live in a world where it's okay to be neurodiverse and, like, for real be okay to be neurodiverse and not be, like, put on a list or, like, targeted or harassed or, you know what I mean? Just, like, all sorts of things. All sorts of things that I hope for us. But, I don't think we're there yet. So, I'm sure we'll get there. I just don't know when. I don't know when. Oh, you know what? We don't usually raid this person because they're big, but let's raid Sushi Dragon. Because he may or may not be Filipino, I think. Raid the Sushi Dragon. Did it go through? Okay. If you guys don't know, and ladies and non-binary friends, if y'all don't know who the Sushi Dragon is, they do a lot of cool things on their stream. They use a program named Shatane. They use like a lot of different things to produce their streams. They're very interesting. And they've collabed with a lot of different people. There's some musicians that really like appreciate his ingenuity. And he's chatted with the creator of Shatane and the person who made Shatane. They're a musician, they're an artist, so they made it for the purpose of like his particular like niche of like performing arts and producing stuff for the performing arts. So Sushi Dragon usually uses programs in a way that it is not intended, but is still really amazing and creative and awesome. So I feel like he would be a really great person to raid. Anyway, all the things I said, please consider it. Have a good day.